Wait, so we're rushing Nether, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna rush Nether.
Alright.
You can rush as well. Lucky can just go mine.
I'll just
Right.
mine.
But
Maybe get bucks as well for enchants if we didn't already get.
I'll do
calling
mine.
owner so owners can sleep, please. 07, what's up? Yeah, I don't know why my Fossilbot's crazy cringe. Here, I got you. I think you're good now. Fossilbot's cringe and he sees like more than 3 numbers, it just bans. Hip hip hooray. Yo, so where's the Twitch rank? I don't think there is a Twitch rank. There's just YouTube rank for 30k. I mean, if you get 30k YouTube followers. Swirls! Hi, Swirls.
They should probably change the rank to just like content.
Yeah.
No, I think YouTube rank's fine.
I mean, it's just like way too broad. I feel
True.
because like
Thanks
you
so much,
can
appreciate it.
like you could see some random guy with like 30k on Twitch but has like 2k on YouTube, and you're wondering how that guy got YouTube rank.
True.
It should just be more so content. It's a very like nitpicky thing though. It doesn't
No,
really matter.
Hypix is also 30k though. B-Dog. King kind of newbie. Dude, I carried it to his first win yesterday, Soup. I carried him to his first win. Dude, is there gonna be a nerf for that Ender, bro? It was his first game on, or actually, I'm not sure it was his first game on, but first one for sure. Probably updated. Yo, dislike, appreciate it. Thanks for follow. What's up, Dizzy? How are you? All right, we just jump right away, right? Oh, it's server's lagging, right? It's just the dragon. Oh, I'm dropping hella slow.
Wait, there's a thing right there.
Yep.
Oh, I mean like a different thing. Oh wait, you guys can go get that actually. Yeah. I was AFK, so I don't think anyone came here. I got a pearl.
Nice.
Good.
I think I know what I'm doing. Just a hunch.
The server is laggy.
No way that skeleton shot me. That's nuts.
Please, Sue. Please tell me they're gonna patch it.
Why is our teammate?
Well, 9 kill wait, W. Yeah, I just got a 7 kill win. I still haven't beat my 13 kills win streak.
I finally
Wait,
got
you
my
got
first 20 yesterday.
When did you see gunpowder, right? For the bow?
For the bow, I just need a blazer rod. So
Yeah, so GP, right?
that works, yeah. Or I could just go nether, and if it's a 4, I'll get it then as well.
Holy shit, I almost just died. Thanks for like appreciate it. Can't stay since I got work. I need to appreciate it. Thank you, thank you.
You'd be
Should play with
surprised.
floaters sometime, bro. I'm down, bro.
Speaking of, I have to. I know I told Flo I was gonna play with him and Marlo in like a little bit, so
Alright.
I'll let you know when. Or I'll let you know ahead of time anyway.
Bet. Actually, that's a good team right there. I should feed in floaters.
Wait, that's. I just realized something.
Wait, Marlo, the tier 1 Charisma player?
Yeah.
Wait, are they actually a tier 1 Twister player?
Yes, I
I'm
think.
kidding, I know.
Unless they like
Yeah.
fell off.
They are. They're also like tier 2 in a lot of game modes.
Wait, really? Are they actually like
Yeah,
just
they're like
cracked?
they're like tier 2 sword, tier 2 UH. Actually, she's actually tier 1 UHC, I think. At the
The
moment.
#1 Minecraft player? No, I'm kidding.
I know there's like a lot of tier 1 UHC people that play this server, but they're like actually horrible because they have no UHC game sense. They're just like good at
Yeah,
UHC
that happens.
duels.
That's like every UHC though. To be
Yeah,
fair.
yeah, like a lot of you. But that happens on actual UHCs as well.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Dual mains are just usually out first.
Also, we gotta kill a C4 guy. Hella toxic, dude.
That guy is so annoying.
Bro, yesterday he was like,
Kind of crazy.
he was being like toxic, right? And I was like, all right. And then I was like, all right, you're getting reported. And he goes, bro, it was a joke. I was like, what? Okay.
Joke.
Joke, it's Jover.
cave
It's
is-
Jover.
Dude, this cave is
The fuck?
huge.
Wait, what is? Oh shit. Yeah. Oh, that's my team tracker. I'm tripping.
I might not even go nether. I don't have a water source. If
I
you
found
can
a
go
creeper.
nether. Oh wow. Good shield.
I got a gunpowder.
I didn't find a notch.
Wow.
I
What happened?
almost found a notch.
Almost.
What?
Right
What do you-
there.
Almost.
It was
Almost.
close. It was
Alright.
almost in the
Jesus.
chest.
He felt it, bro. He felt the notch.
Oh, diamonds. Are you
Nice.
serious right now?
I'm
Only
fun.
one diamond.
Fun too.
I can't wait for Stuart to get on and for him to call me a sweat or for loving it.
He's probably not gonna get on today.
No, he's probably getting on the 25th. He said.
Yeah, I thought he said 20. Oh wait, I'm dumb. I was about to say the 22nd, but I just realized it's the
It's yesterday.
23rd.
Just giving AP stats notes right now. Vibing to gameplay. W mans. Oh, it's laggy, dude. Holy.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
might have to
servers
mine
really laggy.
everything 2 times.
Hopefully it fixes itself after a couple games. Thanks
If
for
a
like
water
dog.
source just appears, that'd be really good.
Jesus.
Yeah, servers laggy. Oh hey, look, a water source.
It's actually cringe that yesterday people like actually tried like crashing it by locking out a bunch of like alts or like
Oh
what's it
yeah,
called?
botting the server.
Botting
Yeah,
the server. That's actually crazy.
yeah, that's
That's
nuts.
cringe.
Maybe still living in like 2016, bro.
It's a lot of people though.
Yeah, exactly.
Let go.
It's Minecraft. The moment a server succeeds, someone gets jealous. No, you cannot have more than 1,000 players. Unless my
And the
server gets
server's
1,000
lag.
players.
And I'm going nether. I'm gonna be a little late.
But we're
Though.
trying to, exactly. For real.
If it lets me through it, the hell? Oh, Bastion. Someone's in it.
For sure, swirls.
Man. Yeah, do I cry? It's a bridge as well.
They probably got the gold.
And they're getting
Are you friends with
chests.
Speed Silver? Yep. Yep. Not like you know, like talk on a day-to-day basis, but like I've just spoken to him. Cool.
Chat, you think I could get that lodestone?
Yes. Yo, that hammer though, mid as fuck, right?
Oh, I got it. I actually got the lodestone.
Nice.
Yeah.
Use him.
What? Oh, yeah,
hammer?
that hammer
It's-
is a lot of fun.
Oh, it's fun. How to use it?
Yeah.
'Cause I actually don't know how to use
throw
it.
I just throw it whenever I chase people.
But like you have to like aim it a certain way, no? Or because if you aim too like low, or if you aim too high, then it goes like. I don't even know.
Just
Honestly, I
aim.
don't even know.
Oh my god, this guy just died!
Get his stuff. Get his stuff.
Pick up the loot!
Give me the loot.
What do you mean?
Hell
This
amount
guy
of weirdness.
just died below me. Wait, the gold blocks are still here.
Okay.
There's a lot of weirdos in this comm as well.
I'm getting the gold blocks. They
Bet.
left them here. And the guy just straight up just died below me. What the hell? It was the smoky Oreo guy. Oh my god. Alright, well, we're eating good then. But I
Eating
have to
goods,
deal with
eats
this guy,
goods.
though. Eats goods. The eats are really good. Ow!
Alright, bet.
This fucking guy.
I have a video. I have like a. I have a video planned in my head, but I actually have to get like the people for it though. Yo, Mox, thanks for follow. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I
It's
killed
like-
the piglin.
I want to like team with like old Hypixel YouTubers and like you know what I mean, like teaming with old. I don't know. I don't know what I'll title it, but like, I don't know. We'll see.
Dude,
up,
the
Moxie?
piglin fucking took his head. I have to kill the piglin.
Are you tier tested? No, I don't want to get tier
Got the
tested.
player head.
No, I probably
Wait,
suck
that
at
guy had a gold
1v1s.
block. Yay! It's a free gold block. Oh my god, someone's here. Oh wait, I know who that is. That's a gold block down there. I don't care enough. Tell him. Say it ain't so.
Keldio.
Punk.
This guy Keldio is crazy. How you doing today? Pretty good. Who is Qndres? Goddamn, bro. There just had to be one guy to say it. Damn.
Who the hell is that guy?
Oh, YouTube rank? No, no, no. I don't know who it is.
I don't know who it is. I'm gonna call him out.
I love. You know what's crazy? Today I got someone in 4K. They were like, "Hey, Andres, I'm a big fan of your YouTube videos." I was like, "Yeah, it was my last upload." Just fucking just looked down and just ran away, dude. It's funniest shit ever. When does Booster come back to YouTube? He actually quit YouTube. If you didn't know. Yeah, he quit.
Yeah, no. It's been happening with a lot of creators recently. Everyone's just been quitting.
Yeah, he quit YouTube for sure. Yeah, he said, never meet your heroes. For real.
Never meet your idols. Amen.
No, I remember I was like in 5th grade, dude. My 5th grade teacher gave us like this crazy talk. He was like, yeah, my hero was once this UCLA football coach, but he ended up being a drug addict and never succeeded in life. And I was like, oh damn, that's deep.
That's crazy.
I got that talk. Sag. And then of course Juicer starts split. Oh my god, I'm gonna cry.
And that guy splashed the bread. That's kind of funny.
Dude, I can't find any more diamonds. Like I'm actually trolling, no cap.
I'm
Hard to
not even
find
trolling.
diamonds.
This guy's dumb.
Oh, I found a underground. What the fuck?
What the? I see that. I see that on your shoe. How did it spawn there?
What the fuck?
On that shipwreck?
No, he found a
No,
ruined
no,
portal.
no. A room portal.
What?
He found a ruined portal.
Diamonds.
This is like the bottom of a cave.
Yo,
Oh,
Thanks
and
for
he's
appreciate it, Zark.
dead. Oh my god.
a 5
I
vein,
need
a
it.
little 5 vein. Make that 6.
Damn. He eating good. Can you let me through?
Oh, I cannot crit a cow. Like, that server is just not in shape now.
All right, Zark, it's Zark, not Zach. What the
I made a
tripping?
shit.
W
If I get
heals.
Enderbow, I win. That's all we gotta
We
do.
win. Okay, it's a team game.
I win. I win. I don't care.
Da 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 da.
I win live.
Diamonds.
Oh my goodness. You gotta
Guys,
give
can I
me
get a-
5 diamonds.
I don't know about all that. I have 10 diamonds on me right now. Holy.
Okay, so you have 2 for enchant,
Yo,
2 for sword.
damn. The
and
dude's on tax,
then-
huh?
I take the yep.
The dude's on
That's
tax is
exactly
crazy.
what it is.
No, I made that shit. I made that up earlier.
I
I was like,
tax
yo.
you diamond.
I was like, yo. Y'all know what the Phantom tax is? Well, now you know what the Andres tax is. Give me all your diamonds. Yo.
Yeah, no, you pay me money, I give you win. That's what happens.
Whoa. That's not allowed in the server, man. That's like, that's
I mean,
bannable.
like diamonds, bro. That's the money, bro.
Oh, okay,
The
for
money's
sure.
in diamonds, you know.
Actually, although, wait. Dude, no offense. I
Unless
already
you
met
want to
with
pay me
Boost
real
for what?
money to save your diamonds.
That's actually bannable, and I'll get banned, and I don't want my YouTube rank taken away. Smiley face.
Oh, okay.
That's PayPal deals, and you know, PayPal deals
That
are
was
bannable.
actually like that was a
That was a
test.
test.
You know?
Oh, because you're like
Yeah,
a
yeah.
moderator now, right?
Yeah, I'm like a hidden moderator.
Wait. Notification. Jesus, okay. Alright, so I'm making chestplate and boots, or chestplate and sword.
No, the fuck you are not.
Wait, do you have a hobby?
I do actually, yeah.
No.
Wait, like realistically, how much diamonds do we actually need so I can like spare some myself?
I need 4, well, 5, but I only need 2 really. I can like make the order
Do
later.
we have gunpowder?
Okay, I'm just gonna make sword now for myself. Oh, gunpowder? Yeah, I have 1, but that's gonna be for the well, unless Boozum has a blaze rod, but I don't think he does.
I don't. I definitely don't.
Because I have what's it called? Amethyst for art or
Oh, Artemis. Oh yeah, we do not have the gunpowder for that.
Wait, did you hear my
That'd be good.
suggestion earlier, Duzum? I think they should have like more
What?
custom crafts like later on, right?
Oh
But
yeah,
like,
yeah.
but like rotate them out. That'd be fire.
That'd be cool.
Like
Have like base ultimates, and then
Yeah.
you have
Mhm.
like specific ultimates that rotate around. That'd be cool. Or like
Yeah.
event
just, like-
special ultimates as well.
yeah,
Yeah.
but like also like okay, if they see something that's like broken or something. Hold on, I just found a spawner with nothing in it. We're good. Like if an item is broken or something, maybe like or like not broken, but if an item's getting used too much, maybe like vault it and then bring like another item out. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I get that.
Rotate items, stuff like that.
I found 2 mine shaft chests, and they both had nothing. Actually, one had a gap, but the other one had
I just
nothing.
need leather now. Or yeah, I'll be right. You said.
Yeah, Bobby.
Okay, I just need leather then.
I have not another.
Oh, okay. Well, just gonna get to you. I get sugarcane then.
Okay.
I have
Mm.
cane.
You do?
Oh wow.
Yeah.
We should all go
Hopefully.
up and meet up.
I have 5 books.
I'm right here. I'm on surface.
As long as I get my underbow, I can rock with the short sword. I don't need a.
I'm above Duzum. Come on. See you underground.
Cave spider.
It's so weird.
Where
I
you at,
want to find
Duzum?
a chest.
Actually, just go to. I'm stupid. Yeah. No, as in, don't meet. Oh, okay. I mean, you guys should definitely meet though. I'm pretty cool. I think.
Bro, I cannot confirm.
I'm going to VidCon. That's about it so far. If I get partner, I'll go to TwitchCon EU and NA combined at the same time.
For real.
Hello. Wait, you're not Duzum? Wait, where's Duzum? He's over here. Wait.
Over there.
I'm still
I have
caving. I should go.
Duzum.
I found like a little bit of. I found a little bit of a cave.
I have
though.
books if you want to make the inch.
I just need obsidian. I need apple. That's what I need.
Can't really help you with obsidian.
Yeah, don't worry.
Alright, okay, I'm gonna start going.
There's
up now.
lava here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, Duzum, you still need a blaze rod, right?
Yeah. If you can just make the thing, that
Yeah.
would work.
I need lapis. Fuck.
I have.
Ask me some, please.
Oh, I didn't drop, I guess. Like,
I see all 3 of you up there.
We're waiting for Duzum.
A
Just
random
gonna
guy.
get the bow. Offense, right?
Yeah. What do I throw out? I'm gonna eat a candy.
24-hour Hoplite stream? No, not 24.
Yum. I got here with the village. How
Alright.
yummy.
I voted for you. You should be
We did go more.
very appreciated that I voted for you, by the way.
I'm very. I
everyone would. You won 9 games in a row. Damn.
Look at you.
No, you did, Duzum.
Oh,
Did you?
that's a pretty good reason to vote, man. I didn't even know I
That's
won.
probably
9
why
games,
everyone
bro.
voted you. Like,
What does it like say it there?
yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh, what the
If
hell?
you look at it.
Best progress landed on the map.
Oh my god, bro. You gotta have to kill him.
Darn.
I got this piglin on me. It does crazy damage.
You got a hoglin? I'm looking at it.
Bro, these... Holy shit! They already did like
I
half
got
my
2
health.
rods.
You have 2 rods? W.
Yeah.
Bro, I need to drop
Oh, they're fighting each other. Oh, our teammate's gonna die. Wait. Wait, I think
Oh,
our
our
teammate's
teammate
dead.
is
Hold on,
like
wait, that's
on, bro.
awesome. Wait, hold on. Wait, that's awesome. Hold on.
Oh,
No!
he's on
won
like...
the one we won, bro.
Wait, I'm back on full.
And,
We got healed again. Okay.
It was a. What do you mean you got healed again?
Passing up Obby, Duzum? Oh, you're not even with us, Duzum.
I'm right. I'm coming.
Nah,
bro. I'm
Duzum's
coming
trolling.
over.
Duzum's trolling. Duzum's trolling.
I'm
Come on, bro.
going.
Troll,
Wait, you
troll,
can
troll face, troll face.
scroll with the zoom. That's awesome.
You just... No way you just realized that, bruh.
Yeah, bro. I know. Why would I scroll while zoom?
Do you need the
oh.
rod Dizem?
Obby.
Yes, right now.
Take that, Duzum.
It's there.
2 diamonds on me. Before the teammate picks it up. Oh my god, our teammate's about to pick him up. Get it. Okay, good.
Saved it.
I don't need that.
I need leather. Pass me leather. Throw it on me. You throw-
Oh, he's leather.
I give you books.
I dropped you it. I dropped you leather. I need.
What
to
is our
make
teammate
a
dropping?
Block.
Our teammate's
And-
trolling. Alright, boom.
Underbow.
You got it?
Yep.
That
Yep.
bro, our teammate is literally trolling.
We have 4 extra diamonds. Can I have 3 of them?
Yeah, take him.
Thank you. Alright. That now I will make.
Wait, streamer
you
gets the bow, right?
millionaire.
Yeah.
Hell no.
No,
Funny, bro.
no. I don't want. On Loki, even if you give it to me, I don't want to use it, bro. I'm already like over that shit, bro.
True. You've used it way too much.
It's actually, yeah, it actually got boring for me to use.
The stream is tired of watching you use the bow.
I was sharp
making
3.
anvil.
I'm making a
faster.
sharp 3 iron.
Oh, I got outcrafted.
Yep.
1, 2, 3.
All right, I need apples
Main
now.
of anthropods.
That's all I'm missing, just apples. Monsantos.
Players.
Oh.
Oh,
They're saying we
Oh.
can take this. I'm going in.
Oh, okay. Pick up his stuff.
oh
Hold on. Our
god.
teammates
Hi,
are taking all the
guys.
damage. Our teammates just dead here.
Yeah, our teammates are gone. I just go in. Have a sage over.
I just got all my health back.
That guy's low. Nice.
Nice. I got a sharp 2 diamond. I would never leave. I would never leave if I were you guys. That's just me.
Wait, come back.
That.
Yo,
Oh god.
I hate that
you gotta
healing,
get
bro.
the heads, bro. I need a gamble.
Wait, pass
Come on.
me the gaps.
Oh my.
Pass me a gap, teammate. I got no
Okay,
healing, bro. Thanks.
This will work.
Yo, poor teammate, bro. The Naked was enchanting.
Yeah, and you guys have 1 arrow. I have an infinity bow.
Poor lad. You just
It will
Yeah.
work.
Oh my
Believe me.
god.
It will work. I know, it's so broken, bro.
I know it's broken as fuck. What the heck just hit me?
Me. That was me again.
With what?
Me owner.
The
Oh, there's
fucking bird.
2 more above.
Right here.
Fuck.
It's fine. Duzum can TP
I
out right now.
missed!
What's he on, Duzum?
I'm tipping, yeah. He's on,
Bro, stop me
where
gendering
the
me.
fuck is he?
They're going down. They're going down to you, bro.
Uh-oh.
They're coming to you. Don't worry, it's like, they're gonna
Just
die.
jump in a cave and they can't escape. Like,
Yeah, I think we do need to do this, sorry. Yes, we
Got him.
do.
I apologize. I'm sorry for whatever I've done. I haven't done anything.
oh, I almost OP webbed them.
All right, just sharp 3 iron sword I just threw out, by the way. If you want to combine that to make sharp 4.
No, I made, I picked up a sharp 2 diamond from someone, it didn't matter.
I have another Instashred book if anyone wants
Like,
it.
Willow, thanks, Lean.
I
Yo,
want
Lean, I'm
it.
sorry about that earlier, bro. My bad, bro. I low-key, I wanted to let you in, but I don't want to get banned.
Our teammates need help.
Oh, they're fine.
It's 6 people.
2 kills, you said? Is that what you said? Did I hear you right?
Yeah, you heard.
I'm going.
Remember making it.
Hi. I got him.
Broken ass fucking bow, bro.
Very fair. I'm not even gonna keep
That boy is just.
very fair bow, I must say.
Wait, I wonder if you can. Wait. I never mind. I'm not
I
gonna do
have
it.
2 stacks. I have 2 stacks of gold. I have 2.5 stacks actually. I lied.
Hello?
I need one of you to help me out here. Oh wait, hold on.
I need apples. I have nothing.
Guess what I found?
I need it.
One guy.
You found a person?
Maybe.
No.
Oh,
He's a fool.
that guy's.
Hi, Bablu.
It's time. Oh wait, it's time to fight.
Josh is mine.
Are you playing with Duzum? Yeah.
No.
Did you hear? What?
I
Bablu's signing it
figured that
now.
one out.
Oh,
I
you.
just wanted to have that. Can you give up?
Okay.
The odds are stacked against. Okay, maybe not over there. No. Maybe not in there. Ah,
Okay, I'll come back. You.
Oh,
I shot him.
dude, that thing is
Gotta get the head.
hella loud, bro.
I know. It's awesome. Everyone knows where I am, so they run to me, and then I kill them.
Kind of mean,
It's
no?
on the road anyway.
Dude, I gotta get a grip of my inventory, bro. I don't even know what to keep and what to not keep. Like, I need the redstone. I don't need lapis.
Oh.
I'll get that later.
I did not mean to do that.
I have lapis. We need these apples?
No, I don't need lab. I need
need a trophy.
apples.
Why did that? Oh, man, I don't know
Apples.
why that costed 6 levels.
How many wins? This stream a lot, dude. Too many to count.
Too many to count, which basically means 4.
No.
I made 3 Aries blessings. I love gambling.
Gambling is.
If you get a sharp 3, it's crazy. You're done. It's done. It's GG's.
It's the health
Yeah.
3 regen that someone took, and then another regen that someone took.
That's not here.
I
It's
hate all of you
wait,
guys.
wait.
I'm
It's harming.
leaving.
Wait, Duzum, it's harming 9, I think.
Wait. That says 5.
That's
wait,
9,
it is
bro.
9. What the? Wait, give me that.
Should I
I wanna
drink
it.
I bet. Drink it. Wait, yo,
What
teammate.
is that?
Wait. Strength 3 potion. Wait, give it to the teammate. Give it to the teammate. Give it to the teammate.
Wait, yo, strength 3. Hold on, take this.
Wait.
Free.
Stupid.
Strength
I
3.
just heard you. I just
Wait,
heard
pass
you.
me,
Look,
pass me, pass me.
it says strength
Pass me,
3.
pass me,
bro.
pass me.
It says
I'm
strength
an
3.
idiot, bro.
Wait, there's no way, right? Yo,
I wonder
teammate.
if it insta kills.
Yo.
Yo, teammate. Strength 3.
Do it. Yo. There's no way he drinks it, right? No way he drinks it.
Surely.
Wait.
Watch it happen.
No way. No, he knows.
No.
He knows. Wait, do we still have
He
do we still have a
can
blaze?
read.
Wait. Do we have a blaze rod?
Yeah.
I mean, I
do-
don't.
I have blaze powder.
You need
Can we
it?
make it splash?
No.
You sure?
I mean, well, wait.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Hold on, I see someone.
You
Though.
just need arrows
You want to
or
see that? Oh,
Now we're good.
I see 2 people.
And they're gonna be
He's
dying.
off.
They're gonna die very soon.
No, they're like pretty far away.
to our left.
I'm getting this guy.
Wait, there's a whole team over here. Do some.
People check.
Whole team. Do some.
Oh,
Whole team. Team of like 25.
Oh
Do some.
shit! Wait, we're eating good. Hold
It's a
on.
team of
Wait, facts, we're eating good.
55. But I have no healing. It doesn't matter. We just go.
Wait, actually,
Hi guys.
I have a
Well,
strength 10
three of them-
potion.
Yeah, cut off the people behind. Thanks.
Wait for this guy. Don't go for him. I got him.
There's another one low. Caught himself on fire. Nice one, bro. Unlucky.
Hello, is this guy?
We're on 2. He's dead. 3, 2. I'm so sorry.
Please just fight back.
Oh, I
Fight
have the
back.
king on me. I might not have the king on him anymore.
Is there people over there still?
Are there people
there.
underground or what?
Hi.
Yeah, but I got him. Is that a stone sword?
Yeah, no, actually, he's on full health. I got him.
Oh, got him.
Okay.
Oh, I'm getting jumped.
Don't do.
Under?
Down. Are you good?
You good?
No, I'm dying. I'm dead. I'm dying. Got him.
I'm dead.
I'm Greninja. My name is Greninja. Dude, Greninja. I'm dying. Bros, I'm literally full HP. I'm dying. I'm dead. I'm dead.
No! Oh my
You good?
god! No! The guy's gonna steal it! Don't take it! Oh my god!
Oh my god.
Oh, thank you. You're so kind. It was a speed 2 pot. Splash speed 2. He's so kind for that.
I sin cheat. Hello. You still playing? Yeah. I'm addicted. I better the gunpowder. Wait, you said you have blaze powder, raise rod, right?
I do.
Should we try it? You guys want to try it? Try
Do
making.
we have gunpowder?
Yeah, I have gunpowder.
We
Oh
can
yeah,
try.
we can do it then. Wait, that'd be crazy if that actually worked. Check it out.
Yeah, I'm getting
I'll
up right
work.
now.
Yeah.
Watch it work, dude.
If it works, I'm gonna freak out. I really wanna kill someone with it if it works.
Yeah, same.
Wait, dude, I just thought of something. I can splash speed 2, go into a fight, and then when I TP out, I'm gonna get that speed back.
Thanks, Shalor. Appreciate it.
Crazy.
If this works, I actually want to do it for a YouTube video, low key. I splashed the most rare potion in the game.
I'll make the brand
make-
stand.
Yeah, and then
Big Bernie saying you can fuel it, and then you can place the gunpowder.
Right there.
Right there, I'll put the thing in there.
Why did someone place water in it?
that, and then this.
And then the gunpowder. Oh my god.
Oh my god. Oh my
okay,
god.
Okay. Okay.
Wait.
Wait a minute.
Dude, if this fucking works, I swear to God, bro.
That's gonna be funny.
No
I'm
way,
about to
right?
click both of these so quickly.
Surely.
It's gonna
Hold
be
up.
insane.
Hold up.
Better kill.
Surely.
Hold up. Wait a
Please
minute.
work.
Jainek is here.
Oh, wait. Pass me him.
Flash
Test it,
uncraftable
test it.
potion. Yo,
Do it on
yo,
Zach.
hold
I say
on.
we do it on Zach.
Try another
No,
teammate,
no.
bro.
No, you don't quit.
Yeah, he wants
Yo,
me
who
to
wants
test
to
on
be a
me.
test subject? You?
Oh,
It didn't work.
Oh,
wait.
yeah.
Didn't work.
Oh,
No, it did
Damn.
not work.
yeah.
We would have been cooking though. We would have been cooking.
Yeah.
They thought ahead.
All right, well, I'm dropping in now.
Okay, I'm
Wait, do you guys
gonna
have
just
any
TP
diamonds?
in a
I can
random
make armor.
direction. I don't. I have
I have
two.
three.
I have
You
3
wanna-
stacks of gold.
Okay, I'm just making my.
I can give you this free. I'm used to having prop 1 iron.
Okay.
I'm the iron warrior.
I have a. Okay,
When
well,
we started making
if you get a sharp 3 book, I can make a sharp 5.
Okay. Absorption 4 for 5 minutes.
Hey, you're stream sniping me.
Sorry.
Damn it, they should definitely no.
Can I have that? Can I have that sharp 4 book? I'm all
I want kills. I only have 4. I want like a whole 6. I don't know. I don't. What's your sword right now?
Sharp 3.
If you guys are on the sharp 3, make it to a sharp 4, and then I'll give you the book. How about that? There's
Okay.
just no reason to put it on a like sharp 4 right now. You know what I mean?
Oh, I wasn't going to.
Oh, okay.
I don't want to do the trade.
You don't? What?
I want to keep my Mjolnir.
Okay.
But where are the players?
That's how, dude. That's how it was from earlier. And when they see you, they just run.
Good thing I have an Ender Bell for when they try to run.
There's still a like boss is still alive.
Wait,
Yeah.
Wait, who's still
I
alive?
forgot they like, can
The
actually do
shot.
something.
Zach's in our game? Uh-oh. That guy's a little nerd.
Yo,
C4
$100
is
call.
alive.
Appreciate it. C4?
Yeah.
I have no idea who these guys are. Just easy kills.
I can make like 23 gaps.
I'm just gonna eat a gap now so I can be full.
Can you get me like
Yeah,
23 apples?
I have one rare. I'm
Can you give me
holding on to
23
this.
apples, please.
I also need apples. I have
think-
36 gold.
I can give you 7 Dism.
Alright, can you get like 30 apples?
Me Portuguese? Okay. W Portuguese. W Portugal. W's Ronaldo Sui. Uh-oh. I see a person. A king, actually. 0-0. Negative 100. 100.
But, this guy.
Bang! I'm
Yo,
TPing to you guys.
Is it the same map every single time, right?
Yeah.
No.
It is.
No,
It's not.
it's the same
I just
structure.
TP'd 130 blocks and you guys were running away from me.
He's going down in a cave. Be careful, don't get
I
trapped.
see people.
There are people on there.
I see a fight. It's a 1v2. But I have to
Trap,
wait
trap,
for
trap,
my
trap, trap,
Ender
trap,
Bell
trap,
to
trap.
come
My
back.
teammate just got trapped. I'm running.
I'm good. I escaped.
My teammate just got trapped. He's dead.
He's
Which
dead.
guy escaped, bro?
Oh,
He tried
well,
trapping me. Yeah.
I
C4,
escaped the
alright.
trap.
Wait, what?
I didn't die to the trap. I just mined out.
Oh.
Hi.
You don't wanna.
I was
Oh,
a
dude,
shit
some-
Most
trap.
are getting
Ah,
trapped
some
right now,
shit.
so
That's what
I'm gonna need to wait a
Just
second.
don't fall in there. We'll kill them right now. We're waiting for Doozum. Get a short
Oh,
5.
Yeah.
Hi.
Yeah, do some- yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, that's Josh? Oh my god.
Yeah.
It's Josh. Alright, I'm killing you. Oh, wait. I don't know, actually. Just gone. Wrong direction, guys. Wrong direction.
The problem wasn't the trap. It's
I'm
the
here.
fact that there are like 4 people down there.
Oh, there's 4 of them down there?
Yeah, that's why I died. Like,
Yeah, there's like 4 or 5.
Oh, there's 2 of them up right now.
I think it's probably
way.
5. Yeah, they're coming up. They're coming up. They're coming up.
Yeah, just go back to Doozum. Doozum, we need help. Run to Doozum. Just run to Doozum. Over here.
Yeah.
their entire team is just down there.
They're not gonna chase. They're just gonna play annoying watch.
Oh shit. This is inconvenient.
Doozum, you're getting jumped on, Doozum.
There's people chasing.
I
Yeah,
know.
yeah.
Figure that one out.
You want us to come down?
Hold on.
I'm coming down.
Okay. This is about to have not much fun.
Oh my, Doozum.
Hold on, I can't even lie.
Hello.
Yeah. Yeah, just focus. 12. Nice. Wait, there's another guy here.
That's the guy. Yep.
Oh, there's a team of 2 here, by the way.
So using the end of bow,
We're getting jumped by different people. Careful.
Why is that guy OP?
Dude, I'm so sticky right now. Let me out, please.
I got this guy chasing me, by the way.
This guy
There's
is
3 of them on you.
on me? Oh.
Yeah, on both of you.
Oh. There's
Dead.
a lot of people here.
Isn't there just one? Yeah.
Yeah, I see that.
There's one guy unlocked. Yeah, nice.
You get out, do some?
Yeah, hold on. This guy aggro put on me. Did they throw another
He
spell?
threw a pearl into the wall.
Oh, no, okay. I need to go shear. Oh my god. Oh my goodness, bro. That was horrible. Are you
Yeah,
good
they're
down
still
there?
starved
I'm
for
good, yeah.
some reason.
Wait, they want me still?
No, C4 wants me. Can you help me? He's being weird.
Oh my god.
He's like literally strip bunny to me. Actual weirdo.
I don't have blocks, and I accidentally just shifted back down.
Use him. Alright, he couldn't get to me.
I'm here. My armor is taking a beating though. Technical issue. I can make like 40 gaps. Okay, that's a lot.
Okay.
I can only make like
Yeah,
30 gaps.
let's get out. Get out. Get out. We'll kill him in
I
deathmatch.
can revive Lucky later. I need to make new armor. Wait, do you have iron?
I do.
Alright.
Here, take the sharp 4 book.
Okay.
And yeah, you're gonna have to kill kills.
They're coming up. We should just get away.
Yeah,
Even
I mean they're
though-
stream sniping probably. I know one of them for sure is.
What's your delay?
Like no delay.
Oh, damn. Yeah, I might just like.
Yeah, you see it. Like they
TP
just and
lower.
it's literally the guy I knew it. It's the guy that's chasing me too. That's stream sniping.
Mhm.
Even when Saxon is playing, this lobby was stacked.
Yeah.
But you can always TP just anywhere. Use them. Just don't
Yeah, I
just
can.
don't shift. I can just run forever.
Yeah,
That's
border.
outer border. Yeah. That's actual
No, I
troll
have
face.
nothing.
Oh,
No,
what
I
the
bet.
fuck?
I
Oh,
would have
actual WTP. Just don't shift
That was
anymore.
crazy. Yeah. I'm unbinding my shift. Where is it? Okay, never mind.
Yeah, I already caught up to you. You gotta hurry up.
Are they still chasing?
Yeah,
It's a dumb
he's yeah.
question, of course they are.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like 4
Just
minutes to
deal
get a
with
ton
them.
of apples. I can go left here. Just go anywhere you want.
Already blocks. Oh, wait, I got blocks. Wait, Lucky, are there any covering the TP?
Oh, I see one
don't
person
see
with the Midas, by the way.
Oh, that's awesome.
The 2 guys are still chasing.
Okay. Chasing me or chasing Zoom?
Both.
Okay,
You gotta
I
go.
think they're going
Wait,
for
you're
you.
You're gonna TP the guy on
They-
the Saxon
split,
guy.
guy.
No, yeah. Yeah, now they're both chasing you. Does him TP'd.
Dubs. You see the guy do some? You can cut him off right here. He has healing in his hand.
I don't want to fight that.
You're
I'm
good.
on
That's
20 with
Saxon.
no healing.
That's not. I don't think he's gonna drop.
That's also a dumb fight, yeah.
Just ate a gap for fun.
Why'd you hit that?
Nice candy, bro.
I can get one more TP off.
Shut
Are
up.
you good?
Yo, how do you know where I'm at, bro?
Ooh, I'm a hacker, man.
Ah, I see.
Dirty cheater.
I can tell.
Yeah, bro. Exposed.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm TPing once more and I'm gonna be very far away.
Nice.
Wow, this is possibly the worst biome I could have gotten to try and shear. I'm just going to the jungle. Oh, I hear someone.
If we saw someone else, we would definitely go for
Can
them instead
you
of chasing you
identify
guys
the
from
guy
the
that's
enemy.
near me? Oh, never mind. I saw them. They're underground. I'm not worried about them.
Yeah, this is crazy.
You're up around 2 minutes.
Oh my god, I accidentally crouched. I don't have wood. I'm just making 2 gaps and then I'm gapping up.
Oh, that's a guy right there.
There is? Where the fuck? Bluff? W bluff? W bluff?
My dad shoots
I
him.
think it was W bluff.
Oh wait. I just walked past me. What happened?
My dad here. Never mind, they're horrible.
Yes, bro, I'm terrible. Then why aren't
They got stuck in the
I know.
good water.
Why aren't you fighting me?
They're so bad, bro. They even have blocks and off. I don't know how they did that.
Run like your life depends
They
on
got stuck in
It
speed
does
berries.
actually. Yep, it does.
MC is life, you're right.
Thank you for the hit.
That's a full diamond.
W cut off.
What's that teammate? Oh god. They made a boat. Get out.
You have to run for 30 more seconds.
I love this board thing.
And I made 20 gaps.
Game is... Oh, people.
There's another one coming in.
Hello.
There's a whole team coming in.
Do you guys want to say hi? Do you guys... Can I get a feather off of one of y'all?
Oh, bye C4. Good luck.
Owie. Owie.
I have 44 gold, by the way.
Oh,
Okay, I did not get apples for you. I
Take
get
that.
splash speed too at the start.
Yeah, I'm gonna go mid.
Yeah, we both go mid. Oh wait, I could just TP to mid. I forgot about that.
Yeah, but don't shift, remember.
Yeah, yeah.
Get all the diamonds.
TP. Oh, I shifted. I got one chest and then immediately.
hey.
Okay, I just need iron. That's all I need. Careful, I'm just on you.
Yep.
Get back.
Okay, just give me iron. I need to remake armor.
Get back.
Here. We're getting targeted by that team, by the way.
Let me go over here for wood. I might just make
Back up. Back up.
I might just make the sharp 4 instead of waiting for a sharp 4 to appear.
Yeah, do it.
Actually, I don't have levels. So I lied.
Come on, there's someone that has a
Midas is
Midas. An NPC has a Midas. Oh, super got Midas.
Oh, this guy got a bow. He got the inner bow. He got the inner bow.
Don't go in whenever I go in, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
I'm
I
just,
I know,
I'm
I
just
was
gonna
speeding.
shift.
Yeah.
Yeah.
WCT, guys, WCT.
W.
They're like all full.
I don't care about what happens to this. I got 1 diamond.
I stand him. So Jocelyn. Hello.
Back away. Back away.
Wait, there's somebody
Behind
behind
you,
Ah, there's people behind us.
What
People
does?
behind us.
Oh.
This is a big ass death match, dude.
I'm just gonna like keep draining that one too. Like I'm gonna TP now.
Yeah, just keep.
And then I'm
Yeah.
just gonna rush in.
Just getting free shots on them.
Really- Yeah, it's actually so fucking broken. I can't even complain really. How much healing do you have?
1.
Oh, okay, I can give you healing.
I'm getting rushed.
Oh, I missed that? Oh, never mind. When it
Hit
came
them
back
on
to
the
me, it hit him.
C4's on you, Qndres.
Yeah, he's being weird.
They're all on you. Yeah, they're all chasing you.
Yeah, I know.
Sometimes 23. I just want to rock is 20.
Mm-mm.
I'm getting chased by the other team. I don't know why.
Hello, teammates. Like these are. There we go. Are they fighting right?
Can I TP back?
Yeah, wait, how much healing do you have, Duzum? I have 0.
Oh, okay, yeah. Let me slow with you. I have 10 gaps for you.
Jesus.
I just
10.
want to
Okay.
rock is on 14, by the way.
14.
Yeah. If you can maybe do a quick build.
Hold on. What I want to do real quick, I just want to combine armor. So that
You're going on
I
a
combine
tree.
with the...
So it's like a tree fight. They got healing.
Why are they saying get the ender bow? I'm just gonna kill this guy. Get the ender bow. Get the ender bow.
Oh yeah. I just want to rock him free. He's gonna die.
Thank you.
2050.
It's a pretty good plan. Look at my health.
It's a one shot. Never mind. He
You're saying, but
Wait.
you're saying get the ender bow. Like, why wouldn't I push you?
Nice.
Wait, where's just one rock? Oh, I see him over there. I'm going over.
Zone free.
Oh, he died.
GG. Hi, Bryn.
C4 as a Midas.
I dropped one.
Nice one.
Do they have any diamond armor? No, I don't think so.
There's big fire
You
here.
can just...
Ost is
Yeah.
fighting the C4 team.
Salem is
trying.
low.
I cost drop one. Yeah. Get the armor.
Yep.
There's chestplate boots still.
This is just a weird area. I couldn't really get much health value.
Uh-oh. Power 3.
Hold on. I'm bowing Tyler. I don't know what he's doing in there.
Oh, C4 died.
Yeah, C4 down. GG.
The other, he's on 14. 14 in the border.
Done? Alright, I'm pushing him.
Get the
I
Midas.
know. I don't care.
I have no water.
Training you, bro.
Yeah, it's fine.
This guy's a UHC player.
I don't have water. Fuck.
4. 3.
The water do some?
Oh,
They
yeah.
don't pick up.
Hold on. I give you that.
And they picked up the Midas.
Hold on, wait.
You
Hold
good?
on. Yeah. I just want to do the TP. Real quick.
Please don't need water
I
again.
got that one.
I'll win this. Never mind. That guy should be the bigger one.
I'm just playing back. Hold on. Careful. You're alone.
I need water, bro. Just water not killing.
I have an extra one. Hold on. Come over here.
Yeah, toss it.
They're saying group up. I tossed it. Is there any diamond armor, bro? I'm actually just rocking with
Here, yeah,
nothing
here.
right now.
Think I have diamonds for you behind you?
Oh, thank you. Any diamonds?
No diamonds.
Alright. We should just be able to win unless my armor pops.
Wait, can you just TP on this Saxon guy and get his armor, or?
I could. Where is he? Hold on. Oh, hold on.
I'm putting pressure on this team of 3 so you don't get pushed.
No, I haven't pushed that guy yet. I'm going.
Yeah,
You
get
can
that guy
get
probably.
back.
Where's he on?
He's ranging. Actually, I'm gonna push
It's
Saxon.
on
Hold on.
39. Shut
Yeah, put this guy.
Okay, Saxon knows.
Saxon on 4.
Okay, I'm just gonna chill.
No, 18.
Plus is 15. You can probably
Uh,
clean 11. I don't think he has ceiling.
Wait, they're going for the for the full iron here. I'm gonna kill him. So they don't get the Midas sword thing.
Yep.
Nice. Good try.
You got the head, but it's fine.
Boss is on 6 if you see him. Run into what you do him. One shot.
Oh, I didn't see him behind. Get away. I think if we just... Okay, we should just kill Jackson, honestly.
Yeah.
Yep. Behind you. Behind you.
Oh, careful. Get him! He's on 4! I got him.
Nice.
More. 14. Jackson's just going for you. Careful.
I'm too low. They're both low. I got that one.
nice.
He's on
6,
6.
3,
He's on 3.
2.
Nice.
Nice.
Alright.
Alright, just do one.
Yep.
1v1? No. Nope.
Jesus.
I'm not with you, people.
I know.
Just come
I
back.
think it's playing for healing or something. I don't know.
Okay, I should probably get a water bucket again. Keep losing it.
Just come back. He's on 7.
Oh.
I don't know what he is playing for.
He's dead.
4.
Got him.
GG.
5.
Screeny. Free subathon? Yeah.
Jeez.
GG.
What a dumb game that we
Yeah,
won
I
off
got
of
chased.
Enderbow only.
Yo, I got chased for like 5 minutes and they couldn't kill me. Isn't that crazy? I'm like, I have to be like the best runner in NA, no?
Sure.
Alright. Well, play with other people now, but thanks for the game.
Yep.
Alright.
GG's.
GG's.
Alright, see ya.
See you guys.
Later.
See ya.
GG's chat. King, thanks, Dan Jeff. No, I was Duzum. Duzum carried there. Alright, what am I at now? 15. I'm 1 game away from my 10th. Oh no, dude. I'm gonna double leaderboards. I actually love it. It's crazy.
Oh, that was my 30th Civ win. That's awesome.
There's a 30th Civ win? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you're carrying the Civ wins, huh? I finally got in. Damn, how long was the queue for? I can't even play Beast. Wait, what? Andy sweating? No, I was not sweating. I was only sweating in the last 5 minutes, so I had to run away for just made it to DM. That's it. I was actually like locked in chat. Es una liga? No, it's a 1.19 game. Chilino. What's up, Kaioken? What's up, bro? Yeah, I don't mean no hate to C4, but that guy is like, I don't know. That guy's actually weird during UHCs. Everything else he's fine, but just like when he gets into UHCs, he's actually toxic. So I don't care if I'm toxic toward him. Yeah, it's weird. Like, bro said that he was like targeting right there. Whatever. All good. The queue was so long. I know. Longer than your game. True. You weren't you queuing before my solo game? Like during my solo game? That's insane. When you're, by the way, for those of you guys that are just joining or just in the stream right now, do /redeem space BR3 for free coins. I'm gonna upgrade my miner kit cat. No, I need 2K more coins. We play one more. Or what? Why is there 535? Wait, there's a queue now in the. Wait.
Oh, it's just a bug. Don't worry about it.
Oh. Are you sure it's like not a queue system now?
Oh. Oh, you mean that?
It's a queue system now, right?
Oh. Maybe. I don't know.
Oh yeah, it's actually fire.
Yeah, I see it. What the hell?
Yo, Potato, thanks for follow.
They
Appreciate
like
it.
they must have opened like a crazy amount of servers.
Yeah. Yo, Aaron, thanks for follow as well. You could upgrade that? Yep. Now the thing I'm wondering, yo, dude, do you know by any chance in the classes, the miner kit, the level 5, you get a miner's helmet. Is that like a better helmet than one that you have on?
No.
It's just like a
cosmetic.
So what's the wait, what's the prestige? What do you get for prestiging it? confused.
That's also just cosmetic. It says the bottom.
Oh, upgrades and will just come back. I do not. Oh, okay. I just want a rock guy, and they're both so broken. Yeah, it's really broken, bro. It's actually insane. It's crazy broken, bro. Do slash redeem. BR3, like that. For I forgot what you get. What do you get again? Like that 5,000 coins, and it's just like goody stuff. You know the funny thing is I'm not fucking tired. What is wrong with me? It's 2 p.m. bro. I need help, chat.
That Hoplite grind don't stop, bro.
It's fine. It's fine. I cannot wait for. I already know. Dude, Stuart's gonna be like, "Wow, you love it. You actually love it more than me, and it's crazy." Motherfucker, he was at a convention. What am I supposed to do all week? Oh, you're not tired?
Let's
I
be
don't
honest.
know, bro. Cage, I don't know. Evan?
First game he's back from convention, he's streaming for 10 hours.
Oh yeah, you think so?
Oh,
Yo,
for sure.
Redunes. Which is better,
Actually,
solo or
depends on when it goes
civs? Solos if you want to be by yourself, or civs you want to talk to a lot of people and play. Redunes, but solos. I think solos if you want to just like be by yourself.
I think Civ is more fun because solo is just a lot more luck based. Because with Civ you have 9 people, so you don't have to worry about like mining diamond and shit like that.
True. If you
Well, whenever you're
true.
playing solo, it's just so like the only thing you can really do is bow spam, and when has bow spamming ever been fun?
Wait, Redunes, you want to play? We actually need one person. I'm with Duzem. He's a Minecraft sweat and he doesn't get off of this game.
Minecraft sweat. That's the title. That's my title, bro.
Wait, you didn't get the thing, huh? I'm Minecraft. I'm the one that doesn't get off. Sure, I got you.
You can add him to the VC.
Right? Wait, you might have to add me a Redunes. Wait, the post doesn't exist. I gotta get on first. I bet. Get on. Wait, when did I win a game? It says I have a win. Wait, W win.
Hold on.
So Da Vinci now Redunes is a not. Wait, what? Solo is better than.
Actually, I remember that. I think I carried time to interview to a win. I think
Wait,
he
no,
died
I was
early.
there with you. Was I? Wait, I
Oh,
swear I
yeah,
was there.
wait.
We were all there. It was me, you, maybe
Wait.
Stuart. No,
I
it was
don't think it
Greninja. Me, you,
Stuart.
Greninja. Yeah, it was. I think this was before beta though. This is like closed beta. Remember? No, this is definitely open beta. Wait, what? But I remember that like very like I don't know.
Yeah, no, me too. I remember like having him on my team, and then he just like died.
Died, right? Yeah.
In the game.
Wait, let me win. I'm on. Am I done? Am I spelling your name wrong?
Oh my god, I think it's just 2Ds.
The player has invites off.
Oh.
Wait.
Friend add.
The player has no accepting invites. Never mind. I can't friend you, Redunes. 14 hours? Yeah.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I know. I probably won that game then. Oh, I most likely did.
You have to. Yeah, there we go. Oh.
Dude, that was only like a 10 kill one. I felt like like 20 people in that.
Oh, wait. You still have your invites off, Redunes. You might need to put it friends only. Yeah, friends. There you go. Do you want to join the call, Redunes? Just so it's like easier so we can talk.
That's a crazy Nick.
You see, yeah. What's your Discord? I think I hang up. Do I have you? Might have you. Hold on. R. I need to definitely remove some friends. Holy. Rasplin, no. I don't have you. Damn. But I think we share a Discord. somewhere. Right.
Apparently he sent a friend request.
Furnace, okay. Gotcha. Yo,
Hello.
you ready for this victory royale?
If my Wi-Fi doesn't crash, let's do it.
I bet.
Wait, so
Wow,
which kit is the best? I've always selected the minor kit.
Yeah, I go miner too.
Yeah, I go minor.
Miner's like, well, it depends, right? Because there's like different strats. If you want to go like bastion routing and stuff, people usually go looter, right? Just do some. I don't know too much of the strats yet.
Minor.
Okay.
Rushing nether doesn't really matter, but
Oh,
minor is
are there
probably
like
the
a bunch of strats?
Hmm.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Like usually whenever I go looter, that's to rush Grimoire, which is basically just like a book with a bunch of overpowered enchantments.
Mm.
Like it's like a recipe book. It's in legendary. It's the book at the second row.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I don't know anything.
All right, that's good.
Yeah.
Okay, all you need to know
Wait,
is
hold on. How'd you get the Grimoire book? I don't see that in mine. Oh, there's the next page.
yeah,
This
there's
page,
a
yeah.
page.
Midas or Mjolnir.
Yo, what's up, Intranet? Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it.
Oh my god. Oh my god. How do I get these stuff? Okay. Yeah, you know, it's gonna go fine.
Yeah. Okay, all you need to know is
Yeah.
how to make a smelter's pick.
That's isn't that like one of the first things?
Yeah. It's 3
Yeah,
raw
it's
iron, 2
raw
coal,
and
and 2
coal.
sticks.
Mm-hmm. Something I actually messaged Speed about this, but literally first time I played, I found out you could put all your ore in your furnace, mine it with a smelter's pickaxe, and you get smelted ore or ingots.
Oh. Damn.
And I was like, yo, by the way, there's like a bug because I was literally just converting stacks in like seconds with that.
Oh my, wait. Oh my god. Wait.
Yeah.
What the? Oh god. I've been playing this game for 15 hours. I need help.
What?
I'm just addicted to this damn game mode.
How are you?
Yeah,
Is it hype?
yeah. I mean,
Well, I will have you know I've been playing Bedrock.
what?
Oh.
Yeah, I actually just uploaded a video.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know. I've been trying to go more frequent with the main channel.
Hmm.
More or less treating it as both my main and second channel
Mm.
to some extent.
Yeah, yeah.
It's risky, but
You're uploading whatever you want on your main. Trying to say?
uploading everything I want. Yeah.
Gotcha.
I don't want to abide by the algorithm no more. Although I will still make the videos I have.
Hmm. Sometimes you gotta take risks. Screw it.
Ooh. Exactly.
Yeah, I just hit 30K like this morning during stream. It's pretty
Yo.
cool. Yep.
YouTube rank? Question mark.
YouTube rank. All of the above. You can name it.
Let's go.
Everything.
You know, actually, what I was addicted to like all of last week.
What's up?
Lifesteal's pub beta. I had like 13 hours in me as well.
Yeah, there's been a lot of like bug fixes, and we're still waiting to add a bunch of features to that. I saw you on a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, there's still a lot more to add.
Damn. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But it takes a little bit of time. We're more focused on like making sure bugs are fixed.
Yeah. Stable and
Because
stuff.
that's quite a bit. Yeah.
All I gotta say is I'm enjoying it, dude. It's actually like a super fun server. I used to play factions, so it's like.
Oh, perfect. Yeah. No,
dude.
we like in the creation of that we combine like Rust as well as factions to inspire the game mode. Yeah, and I mean, on its official launch, we want to be able to push 10 times the player base we have now.
Damn.
Oh, presents here? Go back to Skyblock. I don't even know what that guy's with Skyblock anymore.
Village to the left.
Village to the left, yeah.
I want to go for that.
Oh, I thought you guys said to leave. My bad.
You're good?
Oh,
my glider. Oh, I see it. Yeah.
Are we going to the pumpkin patch or where?
Yeah,
that's where we're going to. Well, I'm gonna try to get
like
top
loot chest or?
Yeah, there is.
Yeah.
Oh, there is. Okay.
I got the top. Oh no, I didn't. I lied. Sorry.
I'm waiting bottom chest then.
Bottom chest. What?
Yeah, there's like a little route I do.
It's like SG routes.
Well,
Okay,
yeah.
yo, that was a crazy
I got a pro.
route.
I got a pro.
didn't
Got a
even
pro.
know- Oh wait, can I have it?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I got a Halloween candy. What does that do?
Oh, so I got find out.
Eat it.
Ow.
Eat it.
Okay, let's see. You consume Halloween candy and receive Dolphin's Grace. Ow.
You basically just get like random potion effects, but you also get 2 hearts in return.
Okay, I'm
It
already
can
at
be
like
good or bad.
I'm already at like 25 hearts. I've lost my health. This is not going good.
You're good. You get a final heal at the end. At the
when
end of
PvP
King's
turns on.
Selection. Yep.
Should I be like going up to the tree to like get wood? Obviously.
Yeah, you get wood right now. Yep.
Um,
Get a couple of wood.
yeah.
Okay.
I would say like 16 is good enough.
All right.
It's a fair amount.
Dude, I'm gonna get leather for us.
If you wanna, yeah. I'm gonna. Just
Or are you gonna go
get
nether?
some nether.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going nether.
I just got like
Even though
crazy
I have
sugarcane
no
done.
butter.
Are you like speedrunning Nether?
Yeah. I
What?
just want to get there as quick as possible.
For like pots or something?
Depends on structure. If it's fort, I cry. If it's bastion, I'm happy.
For gapples or something?
Yeah, you get
Mhm.
so much gold, and you can get like netherite scraps, which you can use for crafts. You can
Mhm.
get like a bunch of things in there. Like if it's a bridge bastion and you get a lodestone, you're able to make
Interesting.
this axe called Mjolnir that just
Mjolnir.
strikes lightning when you hit someone.
Yeah.
It's a really
We'll give you
fun
some stuff
item.
so you can try it out.
Yeah,
Alright,
we could definitely
sweet.
give you some stuff.
Want to skip the queue? Purchase VIP rank. But I got YouTube rank. Alright, so I think I can make now a smelters. Yeah. This cave kind of is a bust.
Oh damn! I was about to come down there. I thought it was a crazy cave. Never mind.
Nah, we got scammed. Alright, let me come back up.
Oh, good. Yeah.
How many games have you played of this?
I don't know about him, but I've played like actually actually I could check.
I've played a day and a half worth of games.
What?
So have I. How did
Wait.
you catch up to me?
I don't know.
Actually, I think I know why.
Stop.
1 or 2 hours today.
Dude, I'm gonna hit 15. Oh no, dude.
Hmm.
It's fine.
I'm sure it's okay.
Should I also be getting the copper, or is copper kind of just not worth it?
You can you're only gonna need at most like 16 in a game ever.
All right, cool.
You can get it if you want.
Well, unless it's the that one thing. Was it Artemis? Yeah.
Yeah, you need a
But
spyglass
that's
thing.
spyglass, yeah.
So basically, at the moment, I should just be like getting iron and other resources.
Yeah, you want to try to get some diamonds.
Cool,
That's the main
cool.
thing. This is basically just like UHC. That's
Yeah.
what it is.
Have you ever played UHC?
No, I played UHC. Just never got much into it. I kind of like was more in like the Hypixel Skyblock days when it was like Hypixel UHC that everyone was playing.
Oh, okay.
That makes sense.
So pretty much
That
like
was
this. This is pretty much Hypixel UHC.
Yeah,
Yeah.
pretty much. I didn't play it a lot. I went down the Skyblock path.
Oh damn. Okay.
Then I'm trying to think. You know, I never. I don't know. I do remember like I played a lot of SG. SG was kind of like my main game, more so than UHC back in the day.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, SG was pretty fun.
Yeah.
To make sure my.
Wait, these are diamonds, aren't they? Oh my god.
I see a mine shaft in my F5.
Wait, that means that's diamond.
What?
Oh my god, I'm dumb. I haven't used this pack, and it's just red diamonds. I thought it was redstone.
How do you do the F5?
A view bombing on, and then just.
You have to be
Oh,
like
it's view
facing
bobbing?
your head towards the ceiling. Yeah, you also have to keep it like that.
Hello.
Hello.
There's a cave right here.
Cool.
You know, I just straight up passed 2 diamond veins because I thought they were in diamond veins.
Wait, where'd the cave go?
Does this just go down to like Y0 then, or
Y15. Oh wait, there's a
One
cave over here?
-8. Usually.
what just happened?
It's a fortress. Okay. I'm just actually hold on. Let me get a pearl, or not a pearl. Let me get a blaze rod real quick.
I'm giving intel that there is a mansion in this world.
Mansion.
Yep.
Totem.
Totems.
Uh-oh.
Yep. That's scary. Wait,
Oh, so
is
they
there-
left it pretty vanilla then, in like spawns and stuff.
Yeah, but there's
Mhm.
also a lot of custom structures as well. It's custom terrain, if you couldn't
Interesting.
tell.
Well, custom terrain, but like also vanilla terrain, like mixed, right? Because you can also get like
Yeah,
desert temples. The stronghold still exists.
yeah.
And if I recall, shields are off, right?
Yeah, shits are off. You don't have to worry about
Rip.
it. First time I've heard someone be sad about shields being off.
What? What do you mean?
Everyone hates
Nobody
shields.
likes it.
Well, for the UHC community doesn't like shields. That's the
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah, I have heard about that. That's interesting, actually.
This guy just mined the spawner. I don't think I'll be getting a blaze rod.
No. I can try to find gunpowder.
Found a huge
I
cave,
have
but literally
gunpowder.
like
I just
no
wanna
ore.
Save time. Now I'm kind of just wasting time.
Ba-da-ba-da.
Oh, someone died to a
There is-
indicator. Ooh,
Hell,
wind everything.
There's ancient. Wait, I can mine that. I've done. I can
Ah,
make a
it's
diamond
because
pick. I
someone's
found
been
ancient
here.
debris.
Wait, but don't you need like 4?
I need a diamond. No. I can make dragon katana.
Oh shit. Okay.
Hold on, I'm mining this.
Yeah, diamonds.
What the? Why is this here? I have 7 diamonds. I had 7 diamonds. I made a pick, though.
Jesus.
Yo, did you get a blaze rod?
No. Oh, okay. I forgot. I forgot this in
Why
game
is there no
chats.
large cup? Okay, I just need 1 blaze rod and then I can make a crazy weapon.
Oh, this mine chef
You can
sucks.
have the rest.
Yeah, I'm trying to look around for diamonds.
Why
I'm
are there
not.
no
I'm
rods
not
spawn?
finding any. Is there like a certain like Y height that diamonds typically spawn at if you like strip mine?
They normally just find
Usually, like-
caves.
Like deep slit area, that's where you really want to be.
Hmm. Yeah, I've legit not found a single diamond.
No, I don't like cobwebs. Sorry. I hate eating cobwebs.
Thing, what the hell?
My brain can't function. Too much stuff in my hotbar. I can't even do cobwebs. There's like cobwebs and then lava and then sword. Explosion of brain. We actually have like decent teammates, so we don't do them.
I have no idea who it is.
I think-
Actually, recognize one
I
of them.
think, yeah, same.
So do most people like actually have diamond armor in this, or
Kind of.
Or it's
Oh my
like
god.
iron, or
Okay. Yeah, it's mostly iron, but yeah, I got blaze rods.
Nice.
It's mostly just like mainly iron armor, but you can get diamond armor as well.
bro? I'm gonna have to like freaking look at tutorials on how to play this. I am so lost.
It's cool.
I'll just carry
What
it
I would recommend if you're like stuck with no caves anymore is usually people just resurface for like a new cave because it's really hard. You don't want to be strip mining. That's like one thing you don't want to do. Unless you see a cave like while you're view bobbing, then it's fine. But like, yeah, you shouldn't be strip mining.
Okay, and dumb question, but slash top, that's not a thing, is it?
No.
No,
Okay,
it's not.
all right.
It'd be weird if it was.
It's like
I don't
some
know,
Beijing
see,
Canadian type.
I don't know.
know.
I've seen like SG and UHC and those servers have it before, so I wouldn't be completely. Like,
Wait, didn't Mineplex have that? I'm pretty sure Mineplex had that.
I think maybe.
I found a KB2 book.
Woohoo!
My luck. I love my luck. Streamer luck. Woo!
Streamer luck. This is perfect actually, is I can with the 2 blaze powder, I can make a fire charge for the dragon katana, and then you can make Eye of Ender for the underbow.
I see 2 diamonds. That's it. So I gotta pick up slack up for myself.
You gotta pick up this stuff.
Yeah.
All the diamonds for myself.
But I guess like diamonds don't exist.
Yeah, I'm trying to resurface at the moment to find a different cave or something.
Oh, I see diamonds in the lava. Woo-wee. Yep.
Wait, did you do lava glitch?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's
It might
allowed,
not be
right?
allowed.
Wait, really?
I don't know. Okay, it might not
I was.
be, I'm not sure.
I saw someone in my chat told me it was good. If it's not allowed, I won't do it again.
I'd have to ask Invic. It might not be allowed.
Okay, I just won't do it again. I have 4.
Oh,
Monkus. You good, Duzum?
I think he got in trouble.
I'll go.
Dripstone.
Oh.
Come
Yeah,
on,
that
just
was-
give me a good cave, man. I beggeth.
Oh, I just found diamonds on. Okay, that's really weird, but okay, I'll take them.
Come on, diamonds. Give me diamonds.
it's going down.
What's up, Pasha?
Um,
I have time
Well,
to put Hoplite. Let's
I have
go,
not found diamonds,
Pasha.
but I did find a little bit of gold.
that should be fine.
Dubs.
What is like gear in the game to have like before PvP, like where you're considered, you know, somewhat having an ability to survive and not be a lost cause?
Usually just full iron.
Full
with a
iron, yeah.
short sword. Mainly just playing with the team. That's all you gotta do.
Okay.
If you split off, you're just a really easy target.
Hmm. Yeah, so I'm assuming gear then is more kind of important in like solos.
Oh yeah.
Do you mostly play the team then, or do you guys also play solos?
I'm
I
on
play
leaderboard for
solos.
solos.
Oh, are you?
Yeah.
I don't think I'm on it for kills.
What rank?
4?
Nice.
Not 3 though.
tied
I need one more
with three,
win
I'm not
for.
sure.
Yeah, I'm actually tied for 3 actually. Yeah, you're right.
I think I'm one
So-
below. It might be like 5th on solo.
Dang.
All right. I have 4 diamonds. I will make gear and save 2.
You make enchant? Actually,
Yeah, well, I can if I get leather.
no,
Okay.
I can make enchant, and you could just make sword.
But
Bro, I'm just getting so unlucky. I'm going down in like a bunch of caves, have not found any diamonds.
it's all good.
No.
Might just set up now. Yeah, probably.
I do have iron though, and I got enough for 1 gapple.
It's good.
I'm basically set for life. What can I say?
I'm just. Can you get one? Can you get the lavas for the obby?
Yeah.
Uh,
If I get, yeah. I just need water bucket. Yeah, I got him. I just hope I don't fall. Die.
Nah. They dying.
But that's on our team.
Oh.
No.
Uh-oh. Just tell them to stop.
Real.
Wait, do I have any mods in chat? Question mark? Question mark, question mark? Pickaxe broke. That's not good.
Running political
Oh,
panic.
I forgot about that. Just vote offense and then vote me king.
How do I vote?
The menu will pop up
Okay.
and you can just vote from there.
I think
So, do I vote offense or?
Yeah,
vote
offense.
All right, and who do I vote for?
Do's them.
Just do some.
Okay. Also, these bronze copper weapons you could get or whatever, the short sword,
Yeah.
worth or what not worth?
It's worth right now.
Yeah, it's worth for temporary. Yeah.
Okay.
You can put sharp 1 on it right now when you get the book. You'll see right now. So you're gonna get the short sword and just apply the book on the sword. Yeah, the sharp book you're gonna get in a bit.
Okay.
All right.
And you don't need anvil for it. Oh.
Insta sharp. Okay, wait. So I gotta make a short sword then.
Yeah. Make a short sword first.
All right, and then.
Oops.
Okay, so I got sharp 2.
Hmm.
Nice. Anything else that y'all think is like worth making at this point?
Do you have a bow?
I do not.
Okay. I have string.
All right.
I'm just bring you saucy some in a bit.
Sounds good. All right. Then I guess in that case I'll just surface.
Yep. Are you gonna surface soon, Duzum?
Oh, I'm already up.
Oh, okay. Oh, nice. You can just tell me that I'm slow. That works. You're good. Ice. Wait, by the way, do you have 2 iron for the anvil?
Yeah, I do.
But, and do you have, what do you need right now for this?
I have everything.
Oh, you do?
Actually, I need coal. I need 1 coal.
I have it.
I got
Oh, I need-
coal.
Alright, I need a book actually. I need 1 book just so I can enchant the sword.
You have leather? I have sugarcane or paper.
Nope.
Oh. I think I see. Yeah, I see red.
Yeah, I'm just getting some flint for.
Yep.
I have no food. Oh, there's a chicken right here. There you go.
What's up, Enable? It's been 15
I
hours.
also
Yeah.
Gotta get food somehow.
The candy gives like, it's basically just mushroom soup.
Mm.
So if you really need to eat food,
I mean, y'all told me to eat it earlier, so.
Oh, W. Oh,
just experimental purposes. So
thank you for the apples.
all it was.
Okay.
Yeah, I need coal. Do you have coal?
Where's Duzum? Oh, he's right here. Yeah, here.
Oh, that's a
And
lot of
then
coal.
here's that, and here's that. And then here's this. If you have leather, I think you said you have leather.
I did not. Wait, do you have leather?
No, I have not slept, guys. I have not slept. I've been up for 15 hours, but I'm resetting my sleep schedule. That's why I'm up.
Sure.
Okay.
Leather.
I am.
Sure.
I am. I swear.
Dang. You got like a diamond sword. Look at that.
And it ought to be
Wow.
enchanted
It's a
too.
lot cooler.
Look at that.
And then right now you're gonna see what kind of bow I'm gonna get. A pretty cool bow.
Did you have any spare string, by the way?
Oh yeah, here.
Thank you.
What are you looking for right now?
Leather. I don't have
Oh,
leather.
I thought they had leather.
No, I did not have leather. Hold on.
Oh my legs fell asleep. Oh, it hurts. Oh. Ow, 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 ow.
Alright, I found cows.
Wait, is
Can you
that
just run to
Redunes
me?
for real? No, it's not real.
No,
It's fake.
wrong guy.
It's on me. It's Booster.
Yo.
Real.
Will Redunes get his first ones before Booster? Oof.
Oh, that's a good
Wait,
question,
Do
actually.
you need 2 diamonds for Enderbow?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, I have 2. I'm gonna give you 2.
Bet.
Just come with me. I have enchants.
Okay, bet.
I can also drop you a book if you need.
Yeah, check make sharp 3.
Yeah.
I'll
yeah.
just follow y'all because I don't know what I'm doing.
Alright.
You have lapis?
Oh, wait a
Yeah,
minute.
take-
I do actually have lapis.
Ooh, here you go.
Wait, why did I enchant? Oh. I have to cycle through the enchant anyway. It doesn't matter.
You have redstone? One redstone, you want?
No. We cannot make tracker packs, sadly.
Oh!
Oh, I need 2 obby. I forgot
Pass me
about
the base platter, do some.
that. Yeah, there you go.
Thank you. And I should have it. Yep, I got it.
Okay,
You see
I
this
need
right here,
2
Redunes?
What?
Oh, wow.
You see what I have in my hand?
Okay.
Yo, what is that?
This is called the Tracer Rerun. Have
Eh?
you played Valorant? I mean, have you played Overwatch before?
Dude, not in ages, man. Oh,
Basically,
hold on. You should probably
Oh.
take these Power 1 books then, right?
Yep. Wait, I didn't Anvil.
Here. Here
No,
you go,
actually, it doesn't work. I can't combine
I
it.
forgot about that.
Oh,
Doesn't
okay,
work.
then give one to me
Here.
if I can.
Yeah, just take them all.
No, you can't combine it.
Wait, what? What on the?
You can't combine the
Enderbro?
bugs together, but you can. Oh. No, you can't combine it. No.
Yeah. What do you have? Oh. Wow. All right. Start 3. I'm gonna try my armor because I'm too scared.
I got the weapon.
Here, take this.
Do any of y'all
Red.
have apples or? Oh,
Yeah, I think I didn't have
wait.
apples.
Do you have like Oh,
Here you go.
thank you.
Make your light apples. Oh, there's team here.
Yeah.
Team in front of us. It's literally a naked guy.
Oh.
Problem is, I gotta get arrows. I don't have feathers.
Okay. Hold on. Oh no, you're low. If only you could back out of the fight
If only I can back out.
and get all your health back. If only.
Nice.
Oh,
Nice.
I got a lot of gold.
That
I
was.
cannot make a cheat game.
We have to get Redunes to Gamba for us as well.
Oh, that's true.
A what?
Do you have 1 gold? Gamble.
Gamba.
You gotta gamble.
Gamble?
Yep.
You want me to gamble?
Yep. Your life
Gamble.
savings.
I'd rather not gamble.
Have
Oof.
3 feathers.
It's addicting in here.
Uh-oh.
Love gambling.
Oh.
I'm addicted. Kidding, by the way.
This seems concerning. Is there like an anvil anywhere?
I think
What is
our team
one?
has one.
Behind. Well, yeah, teammate probably has one.
Oh, there's some people to us.
Where?
Oh, he doesn't know about he doesn't know about the proximity chat.
Nah, I'm not turning it
I
on.
just realized.
I had it on because I was like a tester for like one game,
Mhm.
but then I was like, you know what? I don't want it.
What, you saw people?
No, I'm just running 0-0.
Wait, do you have 1 gold?
I do.
I have
Oh, exactly.
gold. I have 45 nuggets.
Ooh.
Oh, that worked. That's cool. Can I pick up the gold?
No, you should have cooked it.
No.
Man just killed the cow. Oh, big cave.
Oh, I hear people. That's our teammate.
I can cook it if you need me to. I just don't need the leather right now.
Oh,
I
no,
like
we
this
don't
bomb.
need leather anymore. I wouldn't worry about leather. We don't need it.
Food. I'm getting food.
I'm gonna go.
You could just, by the way, you could just kill it with your smelter pick and your auto smelts.
Does it actually?
Yeah.
I see our teammates. More teammates over here. What
Dear
the hell?
God.
Oh, their teammate's getting taken by a full diamond.
Full
We're coming.
diamond.
Oh, boss!
I want
Dude,
that full
you guys
diamond.
are
That's
so
not
far
full
away.
diamond.
I lied.
That is not full diamond. Why'd you
Hello?
lie? We got it.
All right.
He's very deprived. He's not very smart right now.
Yep. I'm getting bowed by them. You behind me, do some?
Maybe. I'm like 30 blocks away.
Yeah, that's
But
fine.
I'm running to you. I see there was someone like behind you, kind of. They were like at the temple to the left.
Okay.
I'm just gonna come help you because that guy's half diamond that I want.
Yeah, this guy's.
Don't worry, guys. I'm following.
Oh, there's so much people here. Oh my god.
So many kills. Oh yeah, I see that. I'm here now.
Oh. Nice.
I just pre-tapped that guy. Where'd he go? There's a
Oh
lot
my
of people
god,
here, by
they
the way.
both do so much damage.
Oh wow, those guys
Oh,
are
you're on this
diamonds.
one.
Oh,
Oh my god.
that is doing
It's
damage.
time to fight.
Bro, what is all
Got him.
Nice. One guy
I'm gonna go
falling
down for him.
to the cave. Alright, yeah.
Oh my god!
People up here.
Need help, Dizem?
This guy also has a... Wait, you need help down there? Oh.
Yeah. He's
Okay, just
destroying
keep
me.
running through there. I'm jumping down.
Alright. Thanks, bro.
No problem, man. Anytime.
Yo, Flo, thanks to the right, bro.
They dead down there or?
Yeah, they're dead.
Yeah, I got him. What's our healing looking like?
I am
What's your
loving it to
healing
the
list?
max. One gap. Let's eat.
Okay, I'll give you like 5.
I have 4 hearts.
Okay, they're kind of just standing over there. Do we want to go after those guys?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we'll
hold
go.
on.
We'll go from.
I'm just gonna give Andres healing curse. Like,
That was scary, by the way. Holy shit, I was getting combo. I was getting cooked.
Yeah, they're over there. Oh, there's another
Oh,
team
yeah,
to
I
our
see.
left.
Did any of us die?
Left? Oh yeah, I see that. That guy is Midas. Oh my god, I want to kill him.
Oh, yeah, there.
Oh, it's
Oh, they
my
have
god.
Midas sword. They have Midas sword.
How much you want to bet this guy has a rod in his inventory? Cat 4K has a rod, 1000%. Two
Watch
people.
out,
here.
watch out.
They have dragon katana. They have dragon katana. Watch out.
No, we
Yeah,
don't.
that dude. He's up.
Yeah, merge. What are you doing? What are you doing?
Nice!
This is border.
Be careful, by the way. There's like 2 teams.
Oh shoot!
Yeah, I see that. This guy popped. I got him.
Got him. This guy has a
Can't get
dragon
my
katana.
teammate.
Wait, yeah, save. I'm coming back.
I killed the guy with Midas. I'm gonna get the Midas. Hold on.
Well,
Andres,
we
do you
have.
want the Midas?
Sure. Get him, Redunes. Get him, Redunes.
I'm
Uh-oh.
doing it.
Beat him up. I got a Midas. Too.
Wait, I forgot you can do
No,
that.
no.
Nice.
Zero Robin on 8. I'm just gonna TP on him. One more TP, never hurt nobody.
Nice.
Here, you wanna give me Midas? Oh, how many kills does it have on it?
Oh,
Dizem?
yeah.
Oh my god. What are all
Actually,
these stuff?
should I give it to Redunes?
I was gonna give Redunes a sharp 3.
Oh,
I have
okay,
him,
I'll give you the Midas.
Here you go,
It's
here you
sharp
go.
1, so...
Thank you.
Guys,
Yep.
people up ahead, people up ahead.
Oh yeah, I see that. Let's find him. I'll shoot him.
Oh, bruh. That's a cave.
I have 18
Oh, Dragon
gap.
Katana. I want that.
That guy has a Dragon Katana. I don't know who gave that guy a Dragon Katana.
We'll give this guy Dragon Katana.
This guy's on 40, the other one's on 44.
No, end yet? I'm not ending. Wait, what?
Yo, chill.
Chill out.
Do any of y'all have a sharp 2? You guys
oh,
are far away. I'm catching up. Give me one moment.
yeah,
Wait, this guy got a. Wait.
Illinois.
What's faster, me or the donkey? I think I'm faster than the donkey.
Oh, they did.
Oh, there's a whole team here.
Hold on, I'm losing.
Oh, that's. Oh. I don't know where I just TP'd back to, but I TP
I
back.
got a diamond armor from the guy. Never mind, I got it.
Yeah,
I
there's
got
a
a
whole.
prop 4 chest plate. Oh my god.
Oh, and Wonder, yeah.
He had he probably put the on his grimoire.
But there's a whole team in front of you guys.
Yeah, I'm going for it.
Jeez, twosome's crazy.
I could get a really high kill game here. I have 10 kills already.
Living more than Flo. No, I just have to reset my sleep schedule. That's it. That's all.
Ah, frick. Well, there
You
goes
think I
the
win
border.
this 1v5? What are we thinking?
I believe in you. You got this.
TNT? What the?
You get trapped.
No. Some dude just started spamming TNT.
Oh my god. Nizam.
Oh my god, it's on, bro.
No.
Die.
Wait, let me try to get one so I can get sharp 2
Oh
at
wait,
least.
the guy with Dragon Katana.
Fine. Are there e-pearls in this?
No, it's just my. Oh, he just. Oh,
Yo, where are you guys at? I don't see y'all's green name or green thing anywhere.
you have a compass?
No. Oh wait, no, I do.
We just went south, by the way.
Okay, track and dudes.
Does he on some? Oh, hello. I'm right behind you now.
I don't know. I don't understand anything. I'm so confused.
You don't need
Yeah. It's very confusing right now because it's your first
If
game.
you guys can feed me kills, this is actually like a really good game.
That guy's lying TT. Watch out. Oh,
Nice W.
It's okay. Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. I'm taking a quick gamble break. I want to gamble.
No, do some. Is people behind you guys? Okay, we're coming.
Alright, never mind.
Like right there. One of them have an emerald sword.
where?
Wait, one has an emerald sword.
Yeah.
Do we have an anvil or no?
Oh yeah, I have like 3.
Alright.
Oh damn.
Where are they at?
I don't know.
I don't know. Says the guy that's currently killing 3 of them.
Dude, I'm so bad.
Dude, how the frick are you able to teleport? What is that?
Oh, and that's the sword.
It just allows you to teleport?
Yeah.
Oh, we can
Every
give
time I
here.
kill someone, it gives me 2 charges.
Oh my god.
Wait, this sword is.
also-
We can give him the emerald katana, right? Or the emerald sword?
I don't. I mean, it probably doesn't have anything.
Damn,
on
I
it,
can't.
so.
It doesn't have anything on it.
I mean, I got a sharp 3.
I think sharp 3 is better than this.
Yeah, it definitely is.
Okay.
Hold on, I need to gamble. Gamble break.
How do you gamble? Is that just...
Oh yeah, actually, hold on. Okay,
yeah.
here, take this. There's gonna be a craft that pops up. It's gonna be called Aries Blessing. You're gonna want to make that.
Oh, Aries Blessing?
Yeah.
Alright. How do I know what that gave me?
You see it
It's
coming down.
soaring down from the sky.
Oh.
It
Oh,
is on the tree.
What'd you get?
What'd you get?
bones?
Ooh, wait.
Wow, that's
dang.
garbage.
Ooh,
Wow. I got very unlucky.
it's fine.
Actually, wait, no, that's not that bad because I can make a jacket
Tracker pack, yeah.
You give me.
I do have a G head though.
Oh,
Can you give me
okay.
1 redstone? Can you give me 1 redstone back?
Oh yeah,
Here, I got you.
Here, where you at? There you are. Hello.
Okay, can you give me the bones as well?
I put those on the ground right there behind you.
Oh yeah. All right. Okay.
Do
I'm
anybody
gonna
have an
make a
anvil
jacket pack.
by chance?
Oh,
Yeah.
here, take 30 iron. You can make a light anvil. Okay. Or just. All right.
I could just ask the
Yeah,
homies to provide me with one.
Hmm? Wait, I can get emeralds here.
Does anybody have? Oh my.
Okay, never mind. I do not have any XP.
We can make
I can get you some here. What do you need it for?
Oh. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
What strength?
I was gonna make a Pro 2 chest plate.
That works. Iron or diamond?
Iron.
Ooh.
Oh, this cobble's right there.
All right, do some. I am TPing
gone,
do some.
bro.
Yeah, me too. I don't know where,
I
dude. I
see
just
you
feel like a
behind me.
Tom Brady freaking pearl, dude.
Wait, you're ahead of me. What the?
Yeah,
Is
Oh my
that like
God.
is that like an item that allows you to do that?
yeah. It's
Yeah,
the ender bow. I'll give it to you right now.
Oh my god.
You can borrow it.
You can borrow it for a
I
little
wonder
bit.
if, like, cooldown is like
No, it's
shared
fine.
whenever you drop it.
Dude, I'm way too overwhelmed right now to understand anything. It's fine. Don't worry. I
You
am
can
I am
jacket counter too.
I am vibing with my sharp 3 diamond.
Where's this fighting going on? I want to find them.
Oh, there's 5 minutes left. Uh-oh. I want you to try it, Redune. I want you to experience what I'm experiencing right now.
Oh god.
I see you.
Very funny weapon, I must say.
Very, very funny. Very broken as well, but we don't talk about it. Wait, I actually have a... Okay, go. So, basically, go ahead and take that bow.
Yeah.
Okay. You can left click it and it says teleport, or if you click, if you like, if you left click it again, it'll say bow mode, right?
And then I just shoot it somewhere.
So yeah, so if you hit the teleport mode and you aim all the way up,
yeah,
or not all the way up, but like run it straight ahead, like towards the yep.
Do it
and
like
then-
a pearl. Do it like
yeah,
a pearl, you know.
And it's yep, and then whatever you
Oh,
do,
that's
not
huge.
shift. Just stay there. Oh, okay.
I'm in a tree.
Okay, yeah, I see that. Okay, and basically,
Qndres, help.
no, wait, just press left shift. Just shift. Yep, and you're back over here.
Oh my god.
Yep.
That is crazy.
But now imagine that bow.
Yeah.
I mean, have you ever played Tracer on Overwatch?
Yeah.
And you know how like when you go back, you get all your health back. Yeah, that's this bow.
What?
Yeah.
So you could just go over, fight someone, then just
Yeah.
teleport back and get all your health back.
Don't you
Yeah,
have, like,
pretty
any
much.
Oh
legendary
my
weapons
God.
now?
That sounds about right. Yeah.
Very fair. I must
Very,
say.
very fair. Not broken at all. Definitely does not need a nerf.
Don't
Off.
get need a nerf. Not one
Does it?
bit.
Not one bit. I think it should just stay the same.
Exactly, bro. This guy gets it.
Also, what's your healing, Red?
I got 5 gaps in a G head.
I bet. Same.
But I can gamble 2 more times. I forgot about that.
Man, bruh.
I'm getting bored of trying to find people. I'm just gonna
Yeah.
gamble.
I can't tell if I got 3 kills or if I got 3 assists.
If it's the sword, that means kills. If it's the fist, that means assist.
Okay, I got 3 kills and 2 assists.
Red has more kills than me. I'm gonna cry. I have 1 kill, 10
Oh
assists.
my god.
10?
Carried, bro.
Yeah. Duzum has been killing them all.
I have
Understandable.
2 kills and 3
And I'm going to kill 2
W.
more. What if you have an emerald sword?
Where is everybody at? I want to kill more people.
Duzum's currently fighting someone. So you can-
Tell me how much
But
expo
he's
this
over
one?
there.
He's on 8, 8, 8, 4,
Deathmatch isn't 2 minutes.
1, 0, 7. He just healed.
Don't we have to go over there for
8.
Duzum?
Yeah. Well, I think.
I got him.
Yeah. Duzum's.
I
Yeah.
got the other.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, snap.
They're both dead.
So is that like skill or is that the weapons?
Not skill. That weapon's just.
A little bit of both.
Really?
Understandable.
I'm not very good.
Wait. Okay.
But,
All right. So we're capping now.
okay.
No, but I mean, like, does it mostly come down to skill even with that weapon, or does it mean like you can have that weapon just kind of?
Oh, there's someone behind us. Just some. You wanna come get the skills?
Oh
There's a
yeah.
kill?
See 'em.
Oh. I'll come over.
Yeah, like fighting someone with that weapon.
Yeah, no, it's you basically just win with the weapon. It's very hard to lose with the weapon.
Oh, I
But you
see.
don't need it. Oh. Are you guys running from me? Oh, you kinda are.
No, there's not. No, there's not. No, there's not 3 kids behind you. There's 3 adults behind you. Get here.
So who is it?
Y'all are definitely not adults, trust.
Go ahead, turn around.
Just ignore me, I guess.
Oh, I'm just being targeted.
Actually, who is that?
What's
Oh
your
my
bomb?
God.
Everyone is taking damage.
Do some?
I'm coming over. Hold on. I'm like right here.
He's on 5.
Behind me, behind us.
Bruh. The tall grass.
Got him.
Please.
How are you gonna get that apple
How
off?
is he not
No way.
dead?
No way you're gonna get that apple off.
He's on 1.
Oh, I can't do this.
I got him.
Duzum's crazy at the bow, bro. Where's the rest of his team? Oh, I see a full line over here. I hope I can kill him. I see 2 full lines over here, actually.
There's 3.
Let's go, Dubs, teammate. This guy's fishing. Oh, he's trying to get the pufferfish cannon. No. Duzum, how many kills do you have, Duzum?
19.
Okay. Yeah. Wow. I'll take 1, please.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Okay. I'm sorry, but
There's the
you
guy.
can't fish here.
Paul Landon coming over here.
Oh, meta!
Uh,
Nope, you ain't going nowhere.
Duzum, how many kills do you have?
What the frick?
Duzum,
Yes,
Duzum.
I have
What
20.
the
I have 20.
Huh?
All right. Oh.
We're up by 3.
Does anybody need sharpness 2
I
sword?
could get a 28 kill. That'd be like second best on the whole server. That'd be really funny.
Wait, you want to get? Okay, fine.
We just
That's the guy in here.
Get him, Duzum. Get him. Get him. That's right.
Wait, where?
Box him
Oh.
up. Not you. Not, no.
Oh,
my
here's a
God.
fucking Nemo
Yo,
fish.
He has an Nemo.
124.
Dude,
I mean,
holy.
that guy kind of knew how to use the sword. A little
Here you
bit.
go. Dude, honestly, we're doing just take this bow.
What?
Have fun.
can have fun with
Okay,
it.
I gotta see if I could probably or properly use it.
You got this.
Ow.
TPing in the 1x1 is crazy.
Listen, man.
Can you feed me kills?
Get him. Get him.
He gapped. What a nerd.
Oh my God. Oh my. Oh my. Yo, you. Hold. Okay.
Oh.
Bro, it's crazy.
Oh wait, maybe. Yeah. Okay. Oh wow. So I can literally shift back after getting the kill.
Yep.
I just give all my health back. What? Dude, these weapons are OP, man.
Yo, 1 kill win is crazy. And then just do
Oh,
some
but
coming
I
in.
gotta wait for the charge.
Yes!
Oh, you
Finally
got that?
kill!
No. I wanted that.
Oh my god. 12 assists is crazy. Yes, I got another one! 3 kills!
There's just one more. There's just one more.
Oh yeah, and also the regular bow from that same bow you have, Red.
Yeah.
It spawns endermites as well.
Ooh,
It's a chance of spawning endermites.
interesting.
Where is this guy?
What's up, Mikas? Yo, thanks again for the raid, Floatives. I'm sorry, we're teaching Radoon's how to play right now, and he's about to get his first win, first game, first win, baby. Where's the last guy at? Are you fighting him?
Hey,
Oh, I see him.
can I actually get this kill? 25. 25 is a pretty clean number.
Oh.
Can I get this? 25 is really free.
Just turn around and let it happen.
Stop.
Bruh.
Wait, let me get it. Let me get it. Let me get it. Let me get it. Let me get it.
No!
Let me get
Heal!
it.
Victory
25.
Royale.
Wow, I did it.
We win.
I love UHC. Oh,
I did it, Andres. I
let's
gotta
go!
win.
You gotta win before Boost for let's go!
Let's go. First actual play.
Well, how many kills did you get, by the way? You got 4, right?
I got 4.
You got outfragged by the dunes, Andres.
Wait, yeah, I actually
I
got
give up.
frag. Yeah, 15-hour stream and I got out frags. Okay, that's crazy.
I
That
do
is
unfortunately gotta head out, but that was actually a lot of fun. Pretty good game.
Yeah,
I
GG's
enjoyed
though.
it. I gotta play again sometime.
Yeah, let me know. I got you. I'll be up another like
Bet.
5 hours.
Sweet.
All right, thanks for
I'll
playing,
talk to y'all
dudes.
later.
Yeah.
GG.
GG's.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Okay, I have to
Yep.
eat. 'Cause I'm hungry.
Yeah, I have to go play more UHC.
Oh, okay.
Yo, chat, should I play 5 more? Yo.
Yo, chat.
Dude, I'm not tired,
One
bro.
gifted, one game. What we thinking?
Chat, 5 gifted, 1 more game. Thoughts? Okay, fine. 5, 1 gifted, and I'll play 1 more. I'm being generous today. I go pee. I'll be back.
Okay, guys. 1 gifted for 5 games. What we thinking? All right, I'm leaving. Bye.
Okay, Mika's actually gifted sub. Looks like I'm playing 1 more UHC, guys. All right, I'm back. I think Luz, I'm gonna go eat. I can probably look for another teammate, some more teammates. Let's see. Epaxial, Gustav, Zokul. Luz missed 2 more games like that. Yeah. Damn. I need to go outside. Oh my god, I need to go outside. I need to go outside. I'm just kidding, I don't. Got you. Wait, I want to see. Wait. Uh-oh, Monkus, they're catching up. Oh, I need to get 1 more win. I might hop on solos, chat. And I'm also tied of 10th. The difference between first and second in flow is crazy. I know. It's like double. Flow's crazy. He wins every game he plays.
Play 2 more so you can take second.
I could play 2 more solos and get second or third or second or second. No, I need to get 3 more wins to get second.
For sure.
Yeah, I'll just do that.
Yeah, I think you just play 3.
You're right. I need to play solos. All right. Thank you for the gifted sub, though, Mikas. Appreciate you. I need to get VIP out again. I already have like 3 people I can give it out to already. Oh, dude. A little solid 15-hour stream isn't bad, right? That's like, it's not bad, right? 1 more hour and it's double time pretty much. W. You're welcome for the free carries. I hate you. What in the world did I just logged on Twitter and see like something crazy? Oh, okay. Three more games, let's go. Yeah. Yep. Not, I don't know. I need to go to the gym at like 3:30. So I don't know. This might be my last game, low key. Maybe. I'm not too sure yet though. Qndres is, I bet if you do 1 more, can I join? Dude, I literally only play with my friends, bro. Or people that I know. But I'm in my chain in 2 hours. Yeah, I have to hit this chest by, I don't want to do it. Fine, just drink pre-workout, bro. I'll be good. Loki might just do like 600 milligrams of caffeine today. Holy shit. You know me, I'm the guy from your Twitch chat. Oh, you're that one guy that has that one dude. Yeah, I know who you are. Yo, my glider is actually sick. I gotta wait. Also, Jocelyn W. Wait, everyone's getting that mid chest and they don't know about this one, huh? Where is it? They're just not jumping down. All right, I'll take it. Give me pearl. Oh, wait, fortune too. Wait, what the fuck? I need all that gunpowder. Yo, why? This guy's blowing me on fire, bro. Chat, what can I make with gunpowder again? I can make Artemis, right? I can rush Artemis right now. How do you make it again? How does one make the spyglass? I forgot. Someone told me earlier and I just completely forgot about it. Oh, wait. I did an oopsie. Wait, wow. What's up, Shadow? What did you do an oopsie for? What's up? What did you do, bro? Wait, low key? Yo, Flooders, if you're still here, bro, yo, we're kind of running this, bro. We should play teams. Me, you, do some, bro. And we should all stream it. Okay, do some. Copper and amethyst. Thanks, Brianna. Oh, I just need diamonds. Wait, what am I doing? I need to get wood. All right. Look up in chat. What? What do you mean? What did you do? Whoops, did you do? I'm so confused. I can't see it. Oh, there's Big X. In chat. Okay, well, go on. I didn't do an oopsie. Okay. If I can just get 15 iron. All right, though, Shadow. Hope you're doing good. Also, what's up, Brianna? Hello. Welcome. Hi. Hope you guys are all enjoying Hoplite right now. Wait, I can low-key dupe this gold, right? With fortune? Wait, hold up. Hold up. Now I'm curious. Okay, I need 4 levels. Did I not mine that earlier? Okay. I don't want to mine this. I want to test it out if it works. It works, at least. I don't know if it does. I have like 2 guys in my cave. There's nothing here. Oh, I see Lapis up there. God, what is bro doing? Okay. Ow. Bruh. Oh. Lag? Server lag? Yep. Hope I got that. Wait, what? Is it more levels? Is it not 4? Anyone know how much gold I need? Or how much levels I need for that? I swear I thought it was 4. Like I need this now. Fortune. Oh, okay. 1. I got 6 from 4. But I think that's... I think that's regular. Was it? I don't even know. Okay. Now this is my test. I wanted to see if I get double iron. Alright, that's 6, 7, 8. How much did I get? 16? 18? Okay, it does dupe. Jesus. Okay. Flash recipe. Artemis. I don't... Okay, I just need that. I don't even know what to rush this game. I hate my inventory. What is this? I might just rush Artemis if I can get a amethyst. Well, I'm gonna need help. I'm gonna need help crafting that. I don't know how to craft that. I've never crafted that bow yet. All I need now is an amethyst geode, I'm pretty sure. And I got the crafts. Oh, lapis, I need. That's an amethyst. Wait, air was on? No. No more diamonds here. I should probably ask if that's bannable, the whole lava thing. Damn, it's not allowed, I bet. My fault. I did it once, I never do it again. Don't ban me, please. The spy guys are shot. Okay, wait, hold on. Just keep that same thought. Like when I find the amethyst. Wait, using glitches. Wait, so F5 and strip mine is not allowed. Oh, is at your own risk. Wait. I thought that was allowed. That's a huh, okay. That's actually Monkus, I guess. I will go to my copy. Appreciate it. That's if I find amethyst, though. If I don't find amethyst, it's just wraps. I'm just gonna have like spare diamonds, I guess. Where would I find one? That's not it. Okay. Back here again. Fuck. That's not what I wanted to be. Unless. Gee, what's up, UHC? Is this really UHC? Yeah, this is UHC, bro. You need water with you, bro, for real. Bro was X-raying for the longest time and we didn't know. Oh, dude, that was like 2018, wasn't it, Cheesy? That was like... Wait. Yo, can someone do me a favor and go to the rules and check if F5ing in a cave is allowed? I'm actually curious. Because this mod just said that you're not allowed to use Minecraft glitches. It's used at your own risk. I just found diamonds. I have 11 diamonds. Okay. No ladder though. I am. I'm full diamond. I think. It's fine. I keep those and then I need enchants. No, I'm full diamond. Okay. I don't know what to rush anymore. Unless they didn't give me enough. I don't think it gave me enough. Was it 12? I need one. I need like 3 more for full diamond plus sword. That's crazy. Okay, so I should probably stop using the F5, right? But I feel like so many people do it though. Okay. All right. That's chill. This is like the game that I get crazy amounts of diamonds. It's prohibited. Oh. Okay, that's not good then. I will never do it again. And they said F3 is a definitely, and they said F3 is definitely bannable. Oh. Okay. Well, I ain't doing it again. My fault. Honestly, I don't even need the F5. I'm full, right? Yeah, I'm full. Yeah, I'm full. Just to make sure. Yeah. Wow. Chat, I'm full diamond. Okay. Now I just need sugarcane. Yo, Joffrey, thanks for 29 months. Holy shit. 25 months. I am blind. Holy shit. Thank you so much, Joffrey. Appreciate it. 25 months. God damn. Did they up enchants? No. Did they have spawns? Bro, I cannot read English right now. How are you? Doing good. How are you? I probably should have gotten lava and everything up here, but it's fine. It's fine. I can take my time. I'm full diamond. Is that a geode? It's not. If you enjoy UHC, you should come play Hoplite. Smiley face. No, should I get like dug on, right? Or anything? Jesus, all right. Starting this game off a little low. Oh, redstone? Yeah, I do. All right. Yeah, I think fortune does go. I just found leather here. Don't tell me there's actually okay. Wait, I don't know why I'm not hitting with this. Okay. It's fine. I know the reason why they do it though. Because you know, if someone appeals and they can just be like, oh, I'll just F5ing it. That's how I found the cave. That makes sense. I understand. Okay. I don't need that. I don't need that. I thought that was a fucking person. Holy shit. It's fine though. It's cool. Your chef for this round? Yeah, sort of. I could always die. See someone. Uh-oh. I can't even speak to him if I wanted to. The thing's down. Yo, sheds. Please don't be trapping. Please don't be trapping. Please don't be trapping. He could be trapping, actually. Oh my god, he might be trapping. Stand trap? Maybe? No. Okay, we're doing that now. He is on. I thought my mouse just died. It just looked down. Oh god. Where's he on? Sheds on 40. And please blow him back. That's not what I wanted to pick up. Okay, we're gonna infinitely run. Bruh. Bro. I mean, I have full diamond. I don't really have anything to lose, right? Let me block up. Let me block up. All right. Uh-oh. Oh my god, lava clutch. Uh-oh. Bro, no way this guy's being real. Okay. Bros in the movement gang. Wait. Thanks for the healing. It doesn't burn, but okay. Qndres, it's Iggy's. I logged in to give you a gift. Thanks for the prime, bro. Appreciate it.
Lord Exotic just
Wait, that's not
subscribed.
Doesn't burn, right? bro tried burning his healing. That didn't turn out so well for him. Long runner. Yeah. Worth it though. We got ahead somewhere. And blocks. Holy blocks. What else do I got from him? Oh. Hello. It's Artemis. Where'd this guy heads go? What does this guy have? Oh, he had books. I will be taxing those. Only one. All right. Thanks for the prime. Appreciate it. How the fuck you fool down with one kill? I X-rayed on stream. I found the head. I saw. Wait. Am I tripping? I swear to God, I saw the head. Yeah, it's the UHCs. It's in me. Wait, no way that was you. No way your sheds. Wait, why did I burn your healing? What did I do? Come on now, bruh. That wasn't you. Who sheds? Oh, I don't know. Some guy named Sheds ran for me and then tried burning his healing. But totally failed because you can't burn healing on here. But hey, fuck it, dude. Ooh, prod. I got really lucky though. I also have a fortune too. That's why I got the full diamond. I can make another jihad. Yeah. That's not how you make a jihad. That's how you make a jihad. I kind of want to kill for that Artemis, not going to lie. One kill. 16 players remaining. I see somebody. Want 2 pieces. Hello. Underscore tie. I'll be chasing you to border as well. I hope I don't have to. I got it from a structure. The bottom chest of a structure. Wait, Compro W. Let's go. Freaking go. No. Give me Dolphin's Grace. Fuck. Dolphin's Grace, please. Fuck. Dolphin's Grace, please. Fuck. Dolphin's Grace, please. Fuck. Dolphin's Grace, please. Fuck. One more time. Fuck. Is bro climbing up the thing? Uh-oh. Wait, what's... I mean, yeah, 100%. The boat's faster than running. But there is hopefully a dead end. Anyway, you see this queue? I don't know. Do you notice anyone? I don't know who's good or bad. I'm just gonna chase this guy to border. What are those sheeps doing over there? Oh my god, bro. I love it. I love it. What are you leaderboard for? Bablu, you're a damn PC already, bro. It's starting to piss me the fuck off, man. I mean, Bablu. Soon. All right. See you next month. Oh, that guy has Midas. That's the only guy I'll be going for. Dude, why does everyone run, bro? Oh, I see the man with Midas. Hello, Joe. I need you. Got him before you hit the notch. Sharp 3. Oh my god, sharp 3 Midas. Okay. I don't even know. I don't even know. I don't even know. Like, am I just like streamer, like actual streamer luck or what? This has to be streamer luck, no? Like now I just like, what do I do now? I'm just like, this is 100% like actual scripted NPC manhunt, right? Like, what? Like, this can't be real. How do I just get someone with... Okay. I see some right there. I'm... Hello. I am chasing you. This guy actually might destroy me. I'm so tired. I'm gonna be honest with you. How, like, what do I even title this video? The most luckiest kill in Minecraft history. Uh-oh, catching up. I didn't catch up at all. There's a head in his hand. I'm still right behind him. He's just... He wants to give me like the most devious combo in a bit. Watch. I can already tell. I can sense from a mile away what he wants to do. Cobweb lava. Bobbless kills for you. If I don't get dropped. Oh my god. Boa. W water? W 1.8 water? Please. Oh my god, like, okay. No, why? Like, what? Okay. This is fun. Bro wants to live. Wait, crazy idea. Uh-oh. Oh, bro had... Okay. Fuck, I'm falling asleep. Lose bro's chest plate. Brought one. Sharp 3 diamond. Oh shit. I have sharp 4 now. Do you have redstone? Do you have redstone on him? I don't think you did. Bablu, that kill was for you, by the way, Bablu. What's up, Go-Go? Can you just shoot them? I could have, but it was like it was gonna be guaranteed if I shot him. I need redstone. I want a gamba. Wait, there's boots here. Ooh, brought one. I can make brought 2 boots. Wait, idea. Tom Brady throw. Give me back. Give me that 2-4 guy. Oh, I can't even. I'm you anyways. Oh, hip hip hooray! Yippee! Yippee! Deathmatch in 2. I just target Ty, right? Why is your gunshots going off? Oh, I spot if I can. There you go. Oh, this guy gambled too. No, underscore Ty, you gotta stop getting kills, bro. I need redstone, bro. I want a gamba. Oh, did I see someone? Or am I tripping? That might be a bunny. Bablu, you can get on. You know I got Fance's first win yesterday too. I see him. No. Come on, fight me. Ow. Oh my god. All right, yes. My turn on me? Oh, he got... Okay. Wait. It didn't work. What's up? Do your dogs. I gotta kill Compro. For sharp 5. Alright, cool. I'm chilling. Okay, I'm so sorry, Compro. I had to pearl on you there. I actually might just get crazy boat spammed here. All right, cool. complete. No, you might get the kill. I got it. Wait, I have an idea. I'm back to full. I dropped on my G heads. Oh my. Oh my, oh my. Oh god damn. What is gear? Drop 3. I was oh shit. Okay. I was sharp 9. Just throwing that out there. Sharp 9 diamond. Oh, here's Super 1. Jeez. That was kind of nuts. I think I just level 3. This kill made me rich on Hoplite UHC. Yeah. I don't know what I'll title that one. Dude, I have like so many wins, bro. I just gotta go back to the VOD and highlight each single one. Oh my god, bro. It's a lot of work though. That's a lot of work. Yo, Math, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Thanks for the follow. That's crazy. Oh my god, I'm tired. I actually got tired now, but I gotta keep streaming. I got 5 more hours in me. I have to stream for 5 more hours to keep my schedule up. If not, it's a wraps. That's actually wraps for me. You got at least 20 more in you? I bet. I just dodged float of Q. Thoughts? Oh, I can. Wait, what do I get with this? I'm so confused. Like, what's the difference between this and this? I already have a shovel. Okay, 2 coal though. Wait, that makes it even faster to rush. I can just go straight down and get 3 iron. Wait. White stick. This one should low-key be 3 coal ore instead of 6 coal. What's up, Maths? Welcome to the stream, by the way. But if you guys are new here, hit the follow button. I will be very bugged. Thank you. Or I can upgrade my perks. That's what I'm saying. Maybe I know looter is good as well, but I don't know. Oh, oh wait, you actually, oh, I see. You know what? No, I'm gonna go for full max out miner kit. Maybe? Chat, what should I do? Miner, or do I go for another kit? Or another class, just perks, little perks. Wait, why am I getting? One sec, chat. I'm looking at my DMs because I got like 30 million DMs. Wait, I might get a team real quick. Wembu? Question mark? Question mark? Question mark? If he's down. You just DM me. Wembu, if you're in chat right now, Wembu, you thought want to play or what, Wembu? Should I go for perks? Wembu. Oh, Wembu, Wembu, Wembu. Wembu, answer DMs, Wembu. Bro, I beg, get me on with Wembu? No, bro. Bro, yo, you have been asking nonstop, brother. No. Oh? Gonna eat perhaps later? Wembu. I might just have to meow. Yo, what's wrong with me? All right. I could play solos again. Yo, it's like more fun with like teams though. I enjoy teams better. Teams question mark. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Alex the Ramby, hello. How many followers have I got on this stream, by the way? I'm curious. I'm curious how many followers I got this stream. 15-hour stream. It's not too shabby, right? 134 followers this stream. Wow. Goddamn. The Hoplite, huh? Is that really what it is? Jesus. Jesus. Fucking love that guy. I hate him. I'm trying to see. I just got DM'd. No, I didn't. Qndres, why are you so bald? Someone should set up Discord for people looking for parties on Hoplite. So true, though. So true. Well, I mean, there's already something like that. I hate you. I hate you so much, Porgy. You and your tweets. I hope they vanished from Twitter. I hope you actually get banned again, permanently banned. I hope all your accounts get perm banned. I hope you get Thanos snapped, and you don't come back from the Thanos snap ever again. On Twitter, of course, not in real life. Only on Twitter. Smiley face. Yeah, I can't take you serious, bro. That skin's crazy. All right. I want to play teams, bro. With friends. And you're not TPXOC. Wait, what? Dude. I don't know, chat. I don't know. Total wins, 28 wins. Am I on the leaderboards yet? Yeah, there we go. I could play one more solo and beat second place. How many games does Scotty have? Let's check. Oh, I can't check. Never mind. Wait, that's actually. I'm turning that off. I'm turning that off. Settings. Game. Night vision. Auto queue. Dual. Team glow. Lobby. Announce. Lobby. Wait, how do you turn off the people statsing? I don't want people to get stats me. Friend request? No. Where is it? How do you? Oh, yo, anyone? Oh, right here. Look. Second page. Profile visibility. Off. Off. We're turning that off. We don't want anyone to see my damn amount of hours I've played in this game. I should probably go for this now. Low key. The spider. There you go. 1 day, 17-hour playtime. You played 69 games? Yo. That's low key? That's like... Yo, it's actually annoying that I can't right click on here. Wait, I just hit third. Damn. Subble has so many... Oh, wait. He's 30... Wait, how many games does this guy have? Sabble. He has... Oh, shit. Wait. It's 18 hours on... Wait, what? Does bro have just like a bunch of games on top of him already? That's 36 hours total. No. Total hour... Wait. What's my playtime? Oh, shit. Oh, Fuck. Wait, that's bad. That's bad. 26 wins. Fuck. Oh, fuck. Am I on the teams? I am not on teams yet. I would need one more win for teams. You can click on it. Foray MC is on. Foray teams. Teams. I'm gonna tell myself this over and over again. If I ever get in Foray MC's lobby, I'm just dodging. I am just dodging his lobbies. I enjoying his lobbies. He can have all the kills he wants. Hold up my ass. Shout. Hold up my ass. About to take a SS of the legendary items and make a tier maker SS out of it. All right. I'm playing a solo game. Please don't have anyone good in here. Bro, 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 bro. Wait, what? Is my thing actually? Oh no, it's not broken. Here. Okay, we're good. Here. Here. Yep. What's up, bro? What's up, bro? Okay, yo, yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, who was that? Oh my god, it's this guy again. It's the freaking Patrick. Yeah. I'm 24 star. I'm crazy, bro. I'm addicted to this game. Game starts in 5 minutes, guys. Yeah, let's follow Barry the Bee. Appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome, welcome. What if I just upload VODs? What the wait. Yo, what was that for, bro? Why'd you spit on me, bro? The fuck? I click a so bug below. I click work. Wait, really? Wait, hold on. Wait, click the stone block below? Oh, what the fuck? It actually worked. Oh, I am. Let me go ahead and get the fuck out of there. Wait, what did I just? How do you go back now? What? Okay. Bro, I just got triple teamed on in solos. Oh shit, report them. There's a replay to something. Okay, yeah. Guys, I make Artemis with short bow, or does one have to? Okay, just anyone good here? Anyone good? 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 Anyone? Okay, stream sniper W. Oh, village. Wait, this village is actually my hobby. Take game. All right, game. All right, game. We'll see game. We'll see game. Look at my glider, bro. Look at this fire. Yo, y'all like this glider? Y'all messing with this glider? Jeez. Hey, the grindstone. Oh god. Okay, well I got everything I need. See you in deathmatch? I bet. Yo, thanks for follow Chad. Monkus Chad. You good Chad. What's up, Chad? What a great name, bro. Holy shit. Yo, I'm the grind bro. 16-hour stream. Yes, sir. I'm loving it to the max. It'll probably calm down probably tonight. Yeah, it's probably like my only like last long stream. This week is like actually busy for me. Very, very busy for me. I gotta fucking record. I need to find a way to record a video. It's long. Yeah. Okay. Any shuriken and leather. Yeah, I don't think I want too much candy anymore. Someone just died here. Wait. Wait, an iron golem? What the fuck? Did he die down here? Wait. I actually think someone died down here, right? Oh no. I'm tripping. Oh, this guy's good, I think. Oh, my mic is open. Fuck. Oh, he's trapping. He's trapping. We have a trapper kit. All right, chat. Take notes. Vectum is trapping. If you guys see him, let me know. Not to go in his trap. What do you want from me? Let me live, please. Okay. I mean, I got what I need, but I kind of want one more. I'm just going to go nether. I'm full rushing nether. Hopefully I can get a bastion. Or get pots. I don't mind. I see the rec rep skin. I think this guy's on nether too. Yo. Yep. I see an iron. I need 3 iron, please. Any iron? Any ironers, please. I need that iron and I also need the stream look. Is there a strat for getting legendary weapons? Oh, yeah, rushing nether is like the easiest way to get legendary weapons. If you want to like 100% get legendary weapons. Diamonds right there. Good thing I did not go nether with them. Ooh, nice. Oh, more diamonds over here. Oh, just turn into a little 5-in. Fire charge is so hard to get though. Oh, you can just get the nether core reactor and get diamonds like that. I look, I want to go inside there now. I really want obby. And I guarantee he does not know how to loot it. Okay, I had no clue what the reactor does. Oh. It just spawns in a blaze, pretty much. It spawns in like a bunch of nether mobs. You don't want to go nether and risk your life. You can just craft that. It's like my best like way of putting it. You can get like an Enderman. You can get blazes. Yeah. Victim is on 47. Alright, Nether, please don't be a fortress. It's not a fortress. Actually, it's a bastion. Okay. Alright, that guy just took his sweet time. My Discord actually just got banned, bro. Oh, okay. That works. I really just got what I needed. Okay. I already got that chest, bro. Oh, bro's dead, I think. What's he on? 17. Brother's on the strats. Alright, bro's being toxic. I already got all the gold, bro. Why is bro being toxic? I'm taking those arrows. Yeah. I forgot about this top chest. Fuck, someone just looted it. Bro, no, bro, I've literally told you like 4 times I'm fixing my sleep schedule, bro. You keep literally, you said the same thing like 3 times, bro. Andres, you're still alive, bro. Andres, you're still alive, bro. Yep, I'm alive. Now what? Okay, now what? All right, cool. Almost steady. Bet. Thank you. I don't think he's stream sniping. You also didn't loot the gold over here either. Cool. String, nice. You better not be I'm probably gonna end soon. I'm tired. I see 4 obby. That's 1. More obby, please. Does it only give 1 trade at a time? It's 1 stack of arrows. Don't do it, bro. Alright, cool. I'm just gonna go.
You know what portal is, bruh? I'm so lost.
I don't know where. Oh yeah, it's right here.
Oh my god.
Where? Huh? Wait, where'd he die? Oh. Well. Okay. I need sticks, bro. I just threw out everything. Like that wood over there that he dropped on him. This, that, bam. I kind of want to bet that it's trapped. Let's see. All right. Wait. Okay. I gotta go down. Bye. Need obby. Lapis. Oops. I don't need a gold helmet anymore. What's up, Echo? Holy shit. What? I need okay. What is this song, by the way? Qndres, you recording? No. All right, 8 stacks of just 8 gold blocks, chilling. Yep, I have been streaming for 16 hours. Thank you, 10. Shout out time to do an interview, bro. Bro, just give me a shout out. With that, giving me a shout out. W. Good man, good mans. Need to kill bro. He is my YouTuber, and I can have it in the title. Wait, that gotta be cringe, no? It would be more fun if you take some rest. And yeah, I'm going to the gym after this. Yeah, I'll probably end actually after this game, low key. Wait, I need iron. What am I doing? Dude, I can't even comprehend what I'm doing anymore. And I can't stop watching. W. You're addicted as well. Am I tripping? This one. Thank you for the follow. Let's get it. Let's go. Yo, Scotty, thanks for the raid. What a shame. I'm getting cooked. Oh, just shame, Scotty. Thanks for the raid. Yo, I saw you're a leaderboards, bro. Yo, I got competition. Yeah. I'm in love with UHC again. I actually need help. Thank you for the follow, guys. Appreciate it. Oh no. Wait, I don't even know what I need anymore. I need gunpowder. Client competition as well, because after 6 you ain't moving. I know. No, you're dude. Okay, there's a reason though. Okay, I swear there's a reason why I'm up right now. I am fixing my sleep schedule, and I know you guys might say cap, but I'm being serious. I fucked my sleep schedule like twice within the last week, so the only way me staying up is like staying on my PC. No cap. No, I swear to God, no cap. No. Okay. Well, no. On God. I swear on everything. I'm not lying. I am not lying. I swear. I am not addicted. I swear. Not one bit. Not one bit am I addicted. Wait, you have a new strat? What's your strat? You want to tell me? Scotty, hey, dude. Oh, no. I think this guy's trapping. Please. Yo, last game, I killed some guy. Oh. No, you're a Timmy. Nah, you're capping. You know what I rush? It's right here. Look, until they nerf it. I'm rushing that until they nerf it. If you know, you know, you know. No, dude. Had what I needed. I don't even know what I need, bro. I'm just whatever. They're just gonna make Timmy Craft. Yeah, okay. Wait, I want a Gamba. Yo, Bricks, thanks to this raid. I need help, dude. I need help, guys. I need help. I need help. I need help. I need help. Can someone just jump me real quick? This was going to be my last game, but one more wouldn't hurt, right? Go looter 3 and spawn with glow ink. Make it. Wait, what? Wait. Is that wait, is that just a level 30 book, right? Basically? Right, this is just, oh, wait, no. Timmy. Wait, what's Timmy do? Wait, what does he do? Give an entry table? Thanks to follow, guys. I'm addicted. Wait. I don't even know what I'm doing anymore. I just need to go up. What? Level, oh shit. Oh, okay, you just power 5 rush. Wait, is there like a, is there a cap on that or no? Wait, I want a Gamba though. Wait, I also have 4. Oh, I need 1 diamond for, I need to keep it. Wait, do you want to see what I mean, if I can show you what I rush every game and I just win as well. I basically rush a bow as well, but I just need 1 GP and it's guarantee win. Have you heard about the infinite healing glitch? Not, well, it's not really a glitch. It's just like broken right now because they gotta nerf it still. It's the what's it called? It's the Ender Bow. The moment I did last game, Ender Bow and Midas, dude. It's just like I had a sharp 9 teleporting back and forth. Let me see if I can try to drop someone with the gunpowder so I can show you. If I can drop someone with gunpowder. Oh, Bliv. What's up, Bliv? Arctic person. Yo, AR, thanks for the follow. And also Black Skulls, thanks for the follow. Yeah, I'm trying to get I'm trying to hit partner this year. So I think I might have found the way. 24-hour streams on Hoplite. Did they make it a 10-second cooldown, Ender Bro? Works fine. It'd be fine. Oh no, they'd have to make it like a 2 minutes cooldown on it. 10 seconds is crazy. I think it's already. Oh yes. Oh my god, yes. Yes, keep fighting. Keep fighting. Drop gunpowder. Keep fighting. Oh, okay. Yeah, 10 seconds. Yeah. Go. Yeah, what the? Wait, I'm trolling. Wait. Ooh, diamond. Oh shit. Hey, my apples. I need that. Wait, do you have gunpowder? No gunpowder. I'm too tired. So then chat, I was gonna kill you and fall in lava. Ow. Hey. That hurts. Why am I getting bowed? I have 2 stacks of arrows. Let's run it. If I get a shot. If I get 1 shot. Okay. Alright, please. Alright. Oh no. I know the long legs. Hello. Wait. This guy's bow hurts. This short bow power too? What is it? You just gonna bow me again? Or it's sharp 2 diamond, I think. Ow, what the fuck? Oh shit. Okay. Please. Oh my god, this guy's. Oh, I have so much. Okay. I have a shit ton of apples. I just gotta get out. Oh, this guy's a bow demon. Fuck, I might have to lose a pearl here. Fuck, I can't rush it. Fuck. No way, I don't have wood. Okay. All right. Bro's back on full? Okay. Wait, why am I getting I'm not getting absorption anymore. Hold up. Oh, this is so sweaty. Okay. Oh, this is a great fight. Is bro getting angry? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What is this biome? Why is the river purple? I don't know. Wait, I can have GP in there. Wait. I actually might want to kill him. Wait, I already used my pearl though. Kind of like water fights. Oh wait, he's slow as well. Woo. I am so sorry. I had to witness that. Oh my god. Wait, you have a... No way. What the fuck? Oh, lovely. Oh my god. And I'm getting... Wait, boat. Bro's goading. Oh my god. Is he gonna chase me? Holy shit, bro wants me dead. Alright. Holy shit, holy shit. Yo! Oh, there's another guy here. I need to make my healing though. Is this a different guy? Yo. Bro behind you. I don't think bro knows. Wait, what? Wait. Is that his friend that I killed and now he wants me dead? No, never mind. I was gonna say the targeting is crazy, no? Ew. Iron. Yeah, I don't even know. I can't even rush anything here now. I just. What the f is my these enchants? Hello? Surely, right? Oh my. Okay. Yo. Okay. What's up, Nickstar? Welcome back. Yo, I'm not getting anything good. Shit. Do I gamble the head, chat? Thoughts on gambling the head? Do I gamble the head? Not gonna lie, you don't win this. Someone said that to me before. Yeah, gamble. Honestly, you're so true. Gamble it is. Oh, this guy's back. Oh, I have books here. What the? I didn't see those. Ew. Okay. What the? Yo. Can I get more string, actually? Oh. Hello. I don't need this. I don't need this, I think. Actually, oh wait, he got Dolphin's Grace. I have one gap to work with here. A bunch. Oh wait, yeah, one gun gap. All right. Got him. This guy can definitely kill me here. Dude, this guy does not miss a bow shot since the beginning. Yeah, he's gonna stick on the water. It's fine. Oh fuck, I forgot with the warden. Okay, so bro was a bow demon, but not a PvP demon. Do I Gamba again? Oh shit, I can make more healing. All right, bet. It's fine because one person said you could one. I don't even know what the fuck I'm saying. Okay, I'm gambling. Give me like sharp 3. Sharp 3, please. Please. Okay. All right. W Gamba. W Gamba. Well worth it. Well worth it. Whatever. Okay. Wait. Wait. Give me that book back. Okay. What's up, Soothing Corner? Am I winning? Mid. Maybe not. I might not win this game. I did not get my bow I wanted to get, sadly. Got candy for days, though. Chat, if I win this, I don't know. I really don't know what I'm going to do. I might go bald. Okay. I mean, I don't even know. I don't know if I don't know what's going on. I don't know. Surely Bruno Gamer isn't stacked, right? Demon Sporky might be stacked though. Fuck. You heard that? He's stacked. Wait, bro made region pots. How? Wait, why did he not make? Wait, this guy went nether. Wait, oh, wait, another diamond pickaxe user. Up 2. Whole shit ton of gold. How much gold? 24. Okay, we'll backpack it. I don't know what else he had, but I want kills. 6 kills is not. Oh wait, this guy has. Hello. Yo, apparently everyone's a bow demon today. They're just getting crazy long shots on me. There's Jed still. Oh, I don't have my locks on my offhand. Uh-oh. Alright, you can like 2v1, but don't make it too obvious, no? Yeah, like I don't mind the 2v1, but just don't make it too obvious. Thank you for the follow. No faith. Appreciate it. Ow, I got poison. What the huh? That's a void. Wait. Wait. What? Yo, bro tried trapping me? Yo. There's void. Yo, mods. Mods. There's a void. All right, bro. I mean, it makes sense though. But I mean, like, wait, I have regen pots. I don't think they're heal enough. All right, there's redemption. Jeez. All right, 4. What the fuck? Okay. You still streaming is insane. I know. Wait, can I gamble the head? Can I gamba the head? Yes. Please. Please. I'm out of bounds. Give me like 2 seconds. Wait. I want to try something. I'm just curious on how many levels it is. Oh yeah, I'm not getting that. Good luck. Oh, he also has healing. I don't know how I won that game, bro. I don't know how I won that game. I was on 2 heart clutch, bro. I am addicted to UHC. Where's the void? Where's the void? I see the void. Go bald now? I'm actually might go bald. Wait, this is literally the void. Why? How is that a thing? 1174. Okay. Wait, does that put me on top of Scotty now? No. Wait. No. No. Chat. One more. Yo. Chat. One more question mark? Listen. One more. Thoughts? One more. One more? Question mark? Yo, and then yo, Brink, thanks so much for the raid. Were you playing Hoplite as well? If you're still here. I got a VIP Scotty. I would have enough. Chat, one more. Gonna go for a second in both leaderboards. Wait. No, I'm nowhere near. I need like another win for that. Wait, someone already got another win there. I don't play teams, but I don't have friends. I mean, I do, but like they're all like busy with stuff. They don't want to play it right now. If Alex is on Bazaar, and now he comes crawling back. Wait, who? Why is there someone stalking me? Hello. It's only been 17 hours? God damn. Yo, I'm addicted, bro. No, I'm not. Trust me, this will be like my last long stream. You got 5 more in you. Okay. Poll. Honest Jared Madman, thank you, Star. I'm not sure if that's good or bad, but I'm taking it as a compliment. Yo, Dig, appreciate the follow, by the way, and No Faith as well. Thanks, guys, for all the follows. I want partner. That's it. Wait, I gotta make sure. I want to see if my Hypixel, well, no, my MCC island first. If it got accepted, I hope it did. I think it takes time though. No recent notifications. Rip. I applied for the MCC rank. 30K. You can actually go to sleep at a half decent. No, I want to go to sleep at 8 p.m. though. I feel like 8 p.m. is a nice time to sleep. No? No, right? You know. Let's comment. Thank you. Yo, Dugoon. Hello. Thanks for the follow. Hello. Wait, I actually want to try to do that strap, by the way. Wait. No, I don't want to do that. What am I saying? Yo, Turtle, thanks to follow. Appreciate it. Or I could just... Can we get a poll? Wait, do I have mod in chat? I need to open up mod. Wait, chat. No, wait. You know what you guys should do, though? Is join my Discord. That's what you guys should for sure do. Smiley face. Thanks. Okay, here we go. 8 p.m. sounds good. That's early as fuck, though. No.
Hey, man.
Why are you meowing in my ear?
Dude, I don't know. I just saw you and I felt like it was needed.
You're making me hallucinate things right now.
Dude, what? Like, are you still alive?
Come check. I mean, go check. Yes, I'm live, dude. What the fuck am I saying? Yes, I'm live.
You need to go to sleep, bro.
No, I don't need to go. No, I need to sleep in 4 hours, bro. Yo, thoughts on a 36-hour stream? It would go crazy, though.
36?
No, I'm crazy. I'm not doing 36.
Bro, you might as well go for Floata's #1 solo rank at that point.
Fuck you. I am not gonna get 33 wins in fucking 36 minutes, dude. That's way. Actually, hold on.
Oh, shit. Get #2 at least.
Okay, dude. That's the point, though.
Right,
one more. Wait, Luci's in the lobby. Luci, admin. Where's the admin? Are they here? Luci. Wait, Luci. No.
No.
Do I do one more? It's only one more. Wait. That would make fat last. Wait, I don't know. Play with Flotos? Does he need a third? I'm down to play.
Flotus is coming to this lobby.
Oh, Qndres.
Yo.
There he is, his little
Bro, go to sleep, bro. What is wrong with you?
Bro. I am trying to fix my sleep schedule. If I go to sleep now, I will literally wake up at like 12 in the morning again. It's not gonna work. I gotta stay up like 4 more hours, dude.
He's going for your number 1, by the way. So
Bro.
I'm not going for. I am not going for the number 1. Stop lying.
Dude, no, I don't care if you go for number 1, bro. You've been live for 17 hours.
Dude, I'm not coming for 33 wins, bro.
Hours. 17.
Dude.
Go to sleep, Dank.
No, I cannot go to sleep. It's 4, dude. It's 4 p.m., bro. Why would I go to sleep right now?
You're West? Oh my god.
Yeah, exactly. I gotta stay away for like 3 more hours.
Play with me and Duzin, bro.
Oh, I bet. Let's did it.
Yeah, that's messed up, Flo.
He's in. Yeah, what do you mean that's messed up?
Never be inviting me to play. Like.
Bro, I literally always invite you to play, bro. What are you talking about?
Quit lying.
Duzin's in a game, Andres. Just wait.
Well, tell Duzin to hurry up and just win.
Dude, I'm actually concerned for your health, Andres. Like it's been.
Dude, I've set it for like 72 hours. This is nothing.
It's 17 hours, bro, of straight Minecraft. Like, how have you not been bored?
I've edited a thumbnail for 8 hours. I don't think I'll be bored.
8 hours?
8 hours on a thumbnail is crazy.
Yeah.
Why? You don't need 8 hours for a fucking thumbnail. What is wrong with you?
Yeah, I do. I made like 3 of them.
They see it for 2 seconds, bro.
No.
Nah,
they see it forever.
Psychopath, Andres. You're a psychopath. How do I get more challenges, bro? I want more challenges.
Wait, do I also have challenge? I haven't even done my challenges. Yeah. Wait, I definitely crafted 5 different legendary weapons.
Wait, Andres, can you do me a huge favor?
Yeah.
A huge favor.
No, maybe.
Can you slash stats floatives and look at my stats? I just need you to see them.
Just wants everybody to see his stats on your
I just want everyone to see them, man.
1 day of total playtime.
No, look at the wins. Look at the wins.
Yeah, that's the main thing.
They don't care. They don't care for the playtime.
34 games won and 39 games.
Alright, invite Duzin.
Look at this dude hiding his stats on private.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Wait, why are your stats on private?
I don't know what you're talking about. They're not private. Nah, that's crazy. Don't make me. Yeah, exactly. No, they don't know. They don't know. They don't know. They don't know. They don't know the struggle of a damn good thumbnail, bro. Oh, ripcord. I'll give you fair fight.
The third party's crazy.
Oh my god, my ears. Yo, this is like the 3rd group chat I'm in today. Holy shit. Alright, we're going for like something. Wait, there's max players. This is a shitty spawn.
Wait, yeah, this is full max players.
Might just cry.
Oh, our spawn is horrible. What is this?
Wait,
I mean, we could just do a basic. We could just do a basic rush. You guys just want to do a basic sharp 3 power 3 rush?
I'm down.
For it.
It's not like we can't do.
Guys, I know Andres is streaming, but I just want to say I want you guys to be respectful of my stream too. But that's all I have to say, dude. Andres, I know you're more tapped in than Duzin. Have you seen what's been going on Twitter with Illumina and?
Bro, what do you mean I'm not tapped in? Of course I.
You're not tapped in, bro. You're not tapped in, bro. Just shut up.
Yes, I am.
Duzin tapped me in earlier today. I'll be honest with you.
Really?
Oh, I see.
No,
I
saw that.
I see a
I
chest.
saw that. I'm not gonna like.
chest.
I'm not gonna make you like talk about it on your stream because it's like controversial. I'm not gonna talk about it on my stream either. But, bro, that shit is so like.
Chest.
I read Illumina's side of it, and then I read the girl's side of it, and it just makes you like. I actually want to rip my hair out. Like that's all I want to say. I want to rip my hair out.
Ooh.
That actually just makes you want to rip my hair out.
Yeah. It's annoying. Very dumb.
My name is Qndres.
What has Stu said about it? Because Stu was at TwitchCon, right?
Just being silent, bro.
Bro, that is all Twitter stuff.
Not everyone better respond in like 2 seconds, bro.
You know what I want right now? A Minecraft UHC win. Let's get it.
Dude. How many Andres, why did you private your stats, bro?
Yeah, how many did you private your stats?
Unfucking private.
How many wins do you have? How many wins do you have?
This guy, Rion, saw me and he said, "Yo, Andres, you don't get off the game. Every time I'm on, you're on."
Damn.
I'm gonna cry.
Why are you trying to change?
Who is real Rion? Who is real Rion?
I don't know.
He's a YouTuber, right? The real Rion guy's a YouTuber, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Sorry, I've seen him somewhere.
He's a probably chill guy. That was me. Me? A lot. Like 13, 14 now. I just got, dude, I'm gonna be honest with you. Last game.
You have like 10 solo wins. I've seen that.
13 now, I think. I just got one right now. Last solo game, I was like 1.5, and I somehow won the game. I don't know. And I'm like half asleep in these games too. I'm not gonna get sugarcane, by the way. I have nothing.
I have 7 cane.
Okay, I have the
one
leather,
leather.
so we can get cane later. This map is just horrible.
Yeah.
Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. God Nuggies, hello.
Question for you in there, asking you why don't you stream? Why do you not stream? Jason?
Yeah, you're really down for not streaming, by the way.
I know.
Yeah, you are.
This is a great
this
time to
is
stream
smart,
because everyone's at TwitchCon and no one's streaming right now.
That ass. And then you get to build like a follower base, and then or like a viewer base. Excuse me. And then whenever excuse me, whenever everyone comes back from TwitchCon, you're good.
Yeah. I should probably start, but
See, Andres is a grown ass man, so he don't got school, he don't got responsibilities. Like he can just play Minecraft.
I still
all day.
I still got responsibilities. I just
work.
got
Fuck that. You can call out.
No, I have to. Well, I mean, mine's pretty chill. I just gotta like record a video and then upload it and then work.
How many subs do you have, Andres? You have a lot.
I literally just hit 30K today.
Oh really? Congrats, bro. What do you upload?
Thank you. Manhunts.
Oh, do you? Still? Do those get views?
Yeah, I mean for me, yeah.
Really?
Yeah, it depends on the twist. Yeah.
After all this time, really, that's cool. Do Hoplite videos get views? Actually, I mean, I'm uploading one tonight or tomorrow. I'm kind of curious to see.
Wait, you're uploading on a Tuesday? That's crazy.
No, I'm uploading on a Wednesday probably. I want to upload it tomorrow. I'll upload it like 3 p.m. prime time.
Upload at 9 a.m.
I know Zova's
9 a.m.
9 a.m. PST. Sorry, I don't know what time it is for you, but
PST,
upload at 9.
Is that 12?
That's 12 EST.
Yeah. Okay. So what? I would have to upload it. Is there like, can I publish it at a specific time? Like, cause I have school tomorrow, so I'm not gonna be on.
Schedule
it.
Yeah,
you can schedule the upload. Yeah.
Oh, can you? Okay.
Yeah.
What's the title? Are you gonna title like Battle Royale?
I have to make it something clickbaity. I don't know how I'm gonna do it, but I think I'm gonna do like I don't know.
Diamond.
I don't know.
I have 3 diamonds. I mean, I got cross team. I literally got 3v1 in that game. So.
Yeah, I just got 2v1 as well, but they lost.
No, I also just got 2v1 and then in a solos game and killed them both.
Yo, there's this guy named C4. If you see him in your game, just go for him.
Yeah, I do know that. We do know that guy.
He's also trapping the last game we played.
He called me toxic after I killed him, and I was like, what? And then he said I'm not his favorite Twitch streamer anymore, and I just wanted to cry.
Oh.
It was obviously a joke, but I still want to cry.
I would too.
Do you use the Hoplite client?
Yeah, I do.
How do you make your game not crash? My game crashes like crazy when I use it.
Oh shit! I need to go down. I'm 21 Kane.
You're not down yet?
No, I got Kane.
Yeah,
I was.
Noob. You fucking noob, Andres.
Wait, can I go strength pots? Thoughts on getting strength pots right now?
Go.
Yeah, actually, no, it's too late now.
Yeah, it's definitely too late now, but.
Wait, maybe
get speed. I don't even care about no damn strength. Let's get some speed, bro.
All right,
or just get speed too, yeah.
All right, do some. I get you, bro.
Imagine speed 2 and a Midas sword. You just run through the lobby. That shit would be so fun.
You know, I was playing with this on Jizz guy and I got a 25 kill.
Yeah, bro did not
get all my kills in the end. I could have gotten like a 28, which would have been the second.
No, we try to let. We were gonna get a Redunes to like play and stuff, and this Jerusalem guy was like, "No, give me this, give me that, yo, Duzum, give me this, give me that." All right.
I gave you the Ender bow. What do you mean?
Arshawn, for the sub. Arshawn, help me.
I got a YouTube subscription and was really confused on what it was.
Hey, Arshawn, thanks for the tier 1. Arshawn, yo, I've been seeing your server, bro. I've been seeing your Pixel on server, bro. You're crazy. I miss the old Andres.
Thank you, Dink.
What's the server? This is basically Hypixel
UHC
1.20.
Dink is so funny. He gets in my games and then he just starts yelling.
Bro started meowing at my ear just now. Earlier.
I don't know. He's just an idiot.
Is it popping? Yeah, it has like 2,000 average players.
And then every time he says, Andres, if you see Arrow in a queue, don't call him Arrow, call him Kebab. Please call him Kebab. Just call him Kebab. It's funny. His old IGN was Kebab, or I don't know where it originates from, But just call. I'm trying to get everyone on Hoplite to call him Kebab. It's important that you do this. Like it's
This guy's
really,
exposed.
really, really
this
important.
guy's doxing his old name. It's crazy.
No doxing, bro. No
Yeah,
doxing.
by the way,
bro.
did you guys know that you cannot F5 in a cave while you're strip mining?
What do
Did
you
you know that? It's actually
you bought
bannable. Yeah, you can't view
Hannibal.
Yeah, it's
Really?
bannable. Yeah, it's bannable.
Oh shit.
Yeah,
serious?
don't do it anymore. Yeah.
I will not do it anymore.
Yeah, that's
Thank God
bannable.
I'm not
fucking
doing
Frederick
it
on
right
it.
now.
And then the lava thing is also bannable.
Okay, well the lava thing makes sense. You just get to see through lava.
I didn't know that. But like it says you can't do something with what's it called? Minecraft glitches. It's like use at your own risk, but it's bannable besides the point.
Damn.
Yeah, so don't do it anymore.
Good shout though. Good shout though. That's a good shout. We needed that. That was a good shout. That's crazy.
I
though.
just
What
learned
the
this
fuck?
stream. That's why I stopped doing it.
I mean, I'm on Feather. I literally can't do it anymore, so I'm good.
I guess, but you can enter your
I
C
can just-
counter. I mean, it's like that's just Minecraft.
Yeah.
That's tend to be like
that's
that.
fine. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. I'm gonna need one of you to get lava bucket. How many diamonds do we have total?
0. I'm
All right, dudes, you're gonna have to probably make the enchants. We're probably gonna have to carry this fucking bum Qndres, but we'll be
Yo,
fine.
what's
Yeah, you
good?
do that every game.
Shut your mouth,
okay.
bruh. Oh fuck.
No, was it? I think I was in your stream earlier, Andre. I think was it the game that I rated you, Andres, that Duzum got, and you had like 10 assists? Was that the game that Duzum got 25?
Yes, that's the one.
Yeah, I did see that. I just saw Duzum getting so many.
for
In
the
my mind,
follow,
I'm like, yeah,
appreciate
Duzum's
it.
gonna break kill record. I'm surprised he
Wolfies.
didn't, to be honest with you.
No, it's just like it was a really, I don't know. People were just dying too much.
Kill record games are so luck based, bro. You have to get so
Yeah.
lucky.
Like I just had a 21 kill solo. I don't know what the highest kill solo is.
Arf?
I look you
Arf,
want
you
to.
said, or you did?
I did.
Oh, we're tied then. I think Mika has it, but you know Mika,
Mika.
he's not. Yeah, Mika, he's 22. But you know Mika, you know he's using something. If you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, for sure.
He's using something.
What you mean he's
Something ain't
24?
right.
What did you say? Solos is 24?
No, I just say he's 24 or he's 22.
22 kills.
Oh,
22 kills, yeah, and solo.
my two
Yeah, where are
thirds.
you
Okay,
seeing the
22
rules
kill.
list? Andres, where are you seeing the rules list? Because it's
So
not like in the
earlier-
Discord.
Earlier, I was in a game with the mod and I asked them if the lava thing is bannable, and he's like, "Oh, all Minecraft glitches are bannable." I was like, "Oh, so does that mean
Oh, okay.
F5ing is bannable?" He's like, "Look at the rules." And I was like, oh, "Okay, well, I'm guessing it is since that's bannable."
Why do you say it like that? Like that aggressive? Like
I know
look
he
at our
didn't say it
rolls.
that aggressive, but he just said like, "Look at the
Okay.
rules." I was like, "Oh, okay." So I'm just gonna go with it's bannable. Well, lava thing,
Interesting,
I'm not gonna show you because it's bannable, but
I would
yeah, just
want
don't
to
do it.
get-
Quite, I think it's quite fascinating if I would have to say so myself.
I might go up at 3 minutes.
Yeah, I might go up soon too. I'm like not finding anything.
I'm not even full iron.
Yeah, I got 2 gold.
Do you have any iron dudes so you can make an anvil?
I got 34 iron and I haven't made my armor. So I have 15 iron.
We are fucked.
Oh, I hear a cave.
There's a cave right here though, so
It's like
if anything what you could do is you could just like go into like a 1 block water mine and then you can just listen for lava pops. Like if you have subtitles on, it makes it much easier.
I've
You
been
play
in
with
this guy-
subtitles on?
No.
Yeah, I play with subtitles on.
So ugly.
I thought I
It
found
is,
diamonds.
but like it's really helpful.
Did you really find diamonds, Andres? Oh my god, I'm so proud of you, my glorious king, Andres.
No, I said I thought I found diamonds. That was just
Oh my god.
glow light. What is it called? The wallpaper thing.
Oh no, I know what you're talking about.
I got a wallpaper.
Alright, I'm going up to surface because my pickaxe is gonna break and I don't feel like making another one.
Wait, so what's team kill record right now?
47, I think.
No. I think it's
Someone got
49.
50?
That's what it was.
49?
Who has
Really?
it?
Yeah, Arrow, Chris, and
Jesus.
fucking Frog Farmer.
Dude, that's just like, dude, and they're queuing in the morning, so like genuinely not a single
Yeah.
person in that game has thumbs. Like,
Yeah.
bruh.
Hey.
So dumb.
What, bro? What?
They have thumbs.
What are we saying? No, they don't.
Or what?
They play like they don't.
Yeah, that's better.
No, they don't, bro. You don't gotta lie.
I'm not gonna lie, they're not. Yeah.
They don't got thumbs, Andres. It's not disrespectful, bro. It's fine. You said you had 21 cane, right? I don't need to get cane.
Yeah, I got a lot of cane on me.
Okay, bet. You need to get iron too.
Yeah, I got iron.
They
I'll
got
be
a Mushroom
fine.
Hills, guys.
Oh my fucking god. This fighter needs to F off.
We should meet up now and just give him a chance. Just make sure, please.
Yeah.
Who's in chance?
I can make it.
Duzum can make it whenever we give them books. I have 7 gold right now. I'm doing really PogChamp, guys.
I have 2 gold.
I have 6
Holy
gold.
shit. Wait, we're fucking stacked. Hello?
I'm saving us with the fucking diamonds.
Dubs?
I mean, I have 3 on me. I made myself a sword.
Oh.
I need a texture pack, bro.
I'm using vanilla.
I'm using the mine miner pack that Arrow gave me.
Alright, I'm running to Duzum right now.
Yeah, I'm going up.
I was debating on doing just blow fire, but it looks too ugly.
Yeah, how else do you guys think Speed is gonna advertise it? Like, it's at like a steady like 1.5k. I wonder if it's gonna get any bigger, to be honest with you.
I don't know.
We're 1,000,000% it probably will. That's just like
You think
the first
so?
is like, yeah, it's like passive views over time. It's like, oh shit, you can see the server. Oh shit, let me go see the server now. See what's, you know what I mean?
Maybe. I don't know. Hey man. We need to get
You have
to.
water?
I don't. We need to go get to that. We need to go in. Let's go to Qndres. Qndres.
Yeah.
Qndres
going
OG
up?
Badline.
I actually might just pass out this game. Low key. I know I probably shouldn't, but it's fine. I will.
Dude, Speed Silver needs to come up with like a couple $1,000s and just pay Spreen to upload a video on this, bro. Or like stream it for like 5 minutes. Yeah, it would just be filled with Spanish players, but holy shit, would this be fucking huge.
Oh my god. Guess what I found?
Diamond.
One single diamond. Let's
I have
fucking
one. I have
go.
one.
Oh, okay, you can make a sword then.
Let's
That's
go.
all you need.
Your fat ass needs to
Wait.
come up, Andres. Come
Yeah,
on.
get up. Get up.
Guys,
chop.
can I please have the king, please?
Okay.
Please.
I'm coming up. I'm coming up.
It's another portal here, dude. Watch out. To our left.
I know.
Wait,
I
we're
can
exactly
see
at
it.
0-0, bro. Y'all ready to get kills or what?
You're exactly at
We.
0-0. Bro, run
Oh,
out to us.
shit.
We need enchant, buddy.
Yes, sir. I'm gonna come up. Yep.
I said
Yeah,
we.
fucking idiot.
What?
I need a shear real quick. Dude, show me 1 gold if you can.
Yeah.
How much gold do you have?
2.
Oh.
Oh, we. I'm making enchants now.
Oh, yeah, lover. Okay, that's good. That's smart. According to someone in my chat, Speed said that he wants to upgrade the servers before uploading it on it.
Yeah,
Slash
We're voting
vote.
offense, right?
Yeah, vote offense.
Vote floatives. Vote floatives.
But these king.
Oh, nice.
Oh,
Okay.
wait, he's gonna win. He's gonna win. For video. Oh my, he won. Give up, guys.
There's no one voting, bro. Everyone wants it.
We're giving it to Duzum.
What the fuck?
Why does Duzum have it?
Let's go. Wait. W. Hold on.
Wait, I need a book. Do you have a book, Duz?
Wait, actually, what do some?
Nah, why does Duzum have 3? Nah, what is this?
Hold on.
No, they
Nah,
saw his
why is this NPC getting it?
It's
Besides-
because of the fucking
11 games in a row.
won 11 games in a row.
You've won 11 games in a row? You're addicted. Put that
Apparently.
in info.
Whoa.
Anvil. Oh, I should make that. Yeah.
Yo, what's up, chat? Yo, what's up, chat? Yo, what's up, chat?
Anvil.
I think Andres is getting jumped as we speak.
Yo, what's up, chat? Yo.
Oh my god, shut up. Shut up, you noob. Shut up.
Pass me diamond, pass me diamond, pass me diamond, pass me diamond.
Can you stop speaking in the game, please?
Oh, my fault.
You little fucking NPC magnet. Alright, I'm going
Can I
to.
have lapis?
I need
No, I just dropped
lapis.
some. Nope, just ran away. I'm running away.
Do you just have one?
Bro,
Wait,
come back.
Like,
Wait, do you have one apple?
No, I don't. Here, I'll give you lapis.
Wait, you want the king crown? Here you go.
I'm making sharp 2. All right, sharp 2 diamond. All right, let's pick up the enchants and get
Here,
going.
bro. I gave you fucking lapis, you noob.
I didn't need
me.
lapis. That was
Sure.
Duzum.
Me.
Of course, like we just gave fucking leader to this NPC dude.
No, no.
Wait, why'd you take enchants? I need them.
Oh, thanks for the crown.
Don't
Dub.
give it to
Appreciate
him,
it.
bro. Don't give it to him, bro.
W crown. W crown.
You're gonna just get targeted. Why do we have? It says we have 8 people, but in tab there's only 6. What's going on with that?
2 people logged out.
Fire.
8 levels? I'm gonna do it, but like, wait, I can't even do it.
Guys, I'm getting cobwebs right now. Oh my god, I just got poisoned. Oh my god.
Nice.
Eating a gap, I don't care.
Wait, do you have any apples?
No.
W.
We're dead first fight, I'm not gonna lie. Like, we have nothing. I see Dank fishing in the sky base. I already know that's Dank.
Yo, Dank, jump down if... I don't know. Actually, don't jump down. I don't want to get banned.
How the hell do I need more lapis, bro? I couldn't get a sharp book.
I do see Dank. Dank, jump, bitch. You won't. Jump, Dank. Jump, Dank. Dank, Dank. He's gonna hit the MLG. Oh, he jumped. He missed it.
Well, there he goes.
But he had glowberries if we have insects.
You see, I don't even know like half the crafts. I don't even know how to craft like 2 things right now. Which is like ender bow.
Do you have lapis?
Your ass,
Anyone
Dank.
lapis?
Yep.
No lapis?
I had all this stuff for the ice wand. Is the ice wand good?
It's like
Wait, you
freeze
had
people.
all of it?
I mean, apparently he had stuff for it, but I just kind of dropped it. I don't really need
No,
it.
you can craft candles. This guy is stupid.
Uh-oh. I see teammates.
Honeycomb and
Oh,
string.
we're coming. Andres,
I'm
we're
sa-
coming. Don't die, please.
I see my
Teammate.
teammate. I see my teammate.
Oh.
What you mean? Why can't my teammate?
Yeah. You never killed your teammate? Why you not take the candy?
Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait, you kill teammates on your team?
Whoa.
Yeah, you just lava them, bro.
Oh.
Box them up.
Whoa, dude. The feds are watching, bro.
Box them
Yeah,
up.
I got feds on me. You know that, right?
Oh, shit. Do you?
Feds watching at all times, bro. Watch
Yep.
your words.
So just say
Why
about
is
the...
Zuzum going in a cave? Why is nobody in this? Like, where
I
is
need
everyone, bro?
lapis. I need.
I have
fucking
lapis. Why'd you go
I can give you
down?
some, bro.
I get...
You didn't say you had lapis.
You're on PC, Zuzum.
Yo, where
Need
is
all the
everyone at though?
lapis I can get, bro.
Yo, yeah, I actually agree. We're actually dead first fight. No chill.
Chills, dude.
Yeah, no, I know,
Can
DJ.
you
Don't worry.
turn? Can you turn and give me the thing?
You said who? DJ?
No, DJ, not DJ. You think DJ would
Yo,
talk?
Corp, thanks to follow.
That
Appreciate
guy's
it.
the feds. That guy at first glance would ban me.
Lapis. Oh wow. Oh, you dropped me one.
He said lapis. Well, how do you say multiple lapis?
Lapi.
This one. That's yeah, I don't even know. Lapis is... Pass me the lapis. Oh, I see a
What's
boat. I
lapis?
got a boat.
Dude, where the fuck is everyone, man?
All right, just everyone split up. If you saw... Oh, I see our teammate again.
Oh my god, bro.
Yo, Corp, what's up? My goat. That's me. Hi.
Okay, I see someone. I see a camp.
Okay.
I see two people.
I'm really angry.
It's Omage and another kid.
Wait, there's a
Okay,
1.9. There's a person here. Apollo player.
Who, Rangy Cat?
I'm like really mad right now. You don't want to know.
He died. Wait, Duzum died.
No.
Does it die?
He's not in the game.
How? Oh. That was just lying like that.
Nah, he's telling
Why'd
the
you
truth.
actually scare me, bro?
Bro, why'd you
I killed
believe
both the noobs. Cause you're a fucking bot, bro. You just be dying
Oh.
randomly.
Bro.
Don't say bro. Like you just be dying randomly. Like,
Bro.
Wait, Duzum, what happened though? Actually, you good?
do you not remember that one game where you got trapped by IVG and just died and we almost
Oh,
lost that game?
shut up, bro.
That was bad looks, bro. It's short, bro.
What are the odds they didn't loot the chest in the middle here in the Sphinx?
Yo, do you have lapis?
No.
Bro, what?
Yeah. Oh my god, go. I have no lapis, bro.
I don't think they looted this middle thing. Actually, they did. It's freaking blocked up. Oh,
Dude, I got a fucking sharp book. I don't have an anvil. Do you have iron? Hold on.
Who's a mouse? Smack you. Be like. You know what I'm
Wait, do you have
saying?
an anvil? Or enough for an anvil? Oh, okay.
You know what, Dank? I'm gonna make a thing using your head. Let's see what I get.
Harry's blessing. He's bad luck. You're gonna explode.
Someone got TNT by the way,
Good
so we
reason,
might
pods.
get Artemis by the way.
Artemis? Oh my god, I love Artemis.
Flo, did you
Artemis.
pick up the anvil?
Nope.
What the hell is this Andres?
Andres, I don't think we'll get Artemis if we don't fucking find anyone.
No, I'm saying we're gonna get boat spam by Artemis.
Oh,
Yo, where
that
is everyone
sounds
at, bro? Okay, I'm actually getting mad now. Like, there's no one
good. Going
here.
northeast. Going
I'm going
northeast.
southwest. I don't see a single soul. I see a bunny.
Qndres, I need an anvil. I'm gonna run to you for the anvil.
Oh,
No, no. Why do you want to run to me?
For the anvil.
we're located.
Anvil meetup.
Okay, I'm
Oh,
dropping
why
the
are you running
anvil.
away?
I'm dropping the anvil at negative 290, 210.
Alright, I'm going.
Look.
I just
Why you-
started woofing in this guy's ear, bro.
Why are you barking, bruh?
That's so funny. I have bag recruit if you guys could use that at all.
Nope.
It's so funny. I just started going woof woof in this guy's ear as I backstabbed him. It's so
How do
funny.
I type?
Thank you for the anvil, Qndres.
You're welcome. I mean, thank you. I don't know what the fuck I'm saying, bro.
Andres is an
Yo.
NPC.
No.
You got it right, and then he went to the wrong one.
Oh, there's a kid on me.
You got him right? You got him right, chat? Oh, I
Yeah.
see someone as well. I see two people. I see a whole team of not. Wait. That's just, I'm fucking. I gotta go to sleep.
Duplicated like 6 people.
Yo, I actually gotta go to sleep after this game. No troll. I just saw 3 sheep. Thought they were all people.
I started running to you, but I thought you were serious.
Yo, I got.
Oh, okay.
Yo.
Guys, I killed the kid with the Bastion loot.
Okay.
I have blocks of gold on me. Tower 1 book, 2 netherite scraps.
Oh, now I'm intrigued.
How are you?
Yeah, bro.
No obby though, so I can't make dragon katana.
I found 2 people and I have no healing.
Oh,
Me either.
where are you? Oh,
It's
I just got
Landon.
32 gold out of a P box. Oh, it's Landon? You might actually want to run. He's pretty good.
I'm coming
He
back.
isn't even king.
You're a furry? What are you talking about?
What up, chat? What we thinking, chat?
Got out of traps. Ooh.
I almost hit that shot. I almost hit both of the shots. Oh, just are you running to me? You
Yeah.
are.
Yeah. Alright, dropping
Alright,
this.
just.
I have
You
no
can
healing,
like
so-
hide, honestly. You can.
You guys
hide,
are
we
fine,
can just
right?
go to the-
I can give you guys healing. I have
Alright.
a lot. If you guys share apples, I can give you a lot of healing.
I just separated one of them. One of them just
Andres, can
abandoned
you,
the
can
other
you
one.
be Andres,
Hold
can you
up.
be a good little kitty and share some apples?
Yo, chill, bruh.
Wait, what? I'm
Alright.
lagging. Hello? You guys
Dude,
are
do you need
500
help,
years
Duzum?
away.
Duzum, you didn't want me to hide, did you?
But
just
honestly,
wanted
I
about
thought
the
I
kills.
would, and then the guy just abandoned him.
He's lying. He
straight
just
up
wanted about the
abandoned
kills. Wait, why am I getting question marked right now in my chat? What did I do? Is it because I called Andres my kitty cat?
That's actually weird. No?
Wait, what? Wait, why's that weird? What's wrong with it? I'm so confuzzled.
This guy's actually weird, guys. No troll.
Yeah.
Why I see
Am
a
I
team
weird,
of,
chat?
wait. I actually saw team of 9. I wasn't trolling. Holy shit.
Okay, I'm coming.
Oh
Sound-
my
sound-
god, it's a team
okay.
of 9!
It's a
Run,
team
run,
of
run,
9.
run, run, run. Is it actually?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yay!
Run to me. I have a lot of stuff. Just run to me. I have everything you guys will need. I'll
Oh,
just
they're
drop you
not
guys.
chasing though.
gold
They
and
don't want
head.
to chase.
They're scared of you
I'll
guys?
make it. Yeah, they're scared of me and Duzum for some reason.
Hold up. Here, come here. I'll give you gold. and
Screeny,
head.
screeny.
Here's some thick gold.
I'm chasing southwest.
Dude, you're gonna die, and
Oh,
then
no,
you're
I'm
gonna
not.
ask us where we were.
Yo, where are you guys at?
We're 145 meters away from you.
Well, this guy
130
wants.
actually.
Yo, this guy wants to fight me. Hey, no,
I
don't
see
fight
you.
me,
Oh my
man.
God.
No, no, no.
1v1. 1v1.
No.
How many are there?
Oh god. Oh, it's
Oh, I
two.
see their whole team. Their whole team is coming.
I have no healing. I'm not gonna fight this.
Just run. Come
I
to me.
have
Come.
one
Just
G.
run.
That'll be a 1G.
Woof, 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 woof.
He's just saying his name, guys. Nothing else.
Yeah, drop him ASAP.
The Deadly Wolf is on 37.
Chill.
Ow! I've hit him like 9 times, bro. They're running back to their team. Andres,
Deadly
here.
Wolf
Andres,
is
I'm dropping
on
you.
46.
Andres, I dropped you 3 guys. Pick them up.
Wait, W man's. Jump at the house.
I have
Jump at the
59. I have
house.
59. I have 59 gold too. Like, oh, his teammate's blowing me now.
Oh my
Deadly
god.
Wolf is on 92.
I'll kill the guy. I'll kill the guy on the left. You guys kill the. This guy. Oh, the
I'm
whole
not-
team's here.
Oh, they're
I'll
on
kill
the.
Deadly Wolf.
Yeah, it's okay. We can kill them. They're bad.
Trap! They're trapping!
Oh, they actually?
Going up the trap.
I'm going for the guy. I'm going for the guy on the left.
No.
Woof, woof, woof.
Go in for these. You don't want this, bro.
Come on, come on. I want that smoke.
Go, Qndres.
I just making a trap over here. That'd be crazy.
Alright, focus on it.
Oh, okay. My cake is got.
Yo, they just called you shit, bro. Are you taking that?
All right.
Come on, this one.
What's Cosmo on,
Look
guys?
at you trying to take the kill, man.
Go, he's going.
Yo,
You love me.
yo, come on, fight me, bro.
Alright, I got the caps.
Woof, 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 woof.
Why do we have the same effect?
I had to drop my sword. Whoopsies.
Yo, what the?
Woof, 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 woof.
Fuck out of here, bro.
That guy was on.
Nice shot, dude. There's one hit.
You said-
Imagine your mom hears you woofing and calling Andres your kitty. It's like normal in my house, bro.
Okay, what?
Give me the diamond.
Yo, something
well,
is wrong with you, brother. No cap.
What do you
What
mean?
did you just say? There's a guy right there. Another guy. Jihad. He just got a jihad.
Did he?
What do
Woof,
you mean
woof?
he just got a jihad?
Oh no, I do see this in the distance. You guys need to share for apples. I think it's Malvire. I like presumption. Or it's Frogman. Why are you woofing so much? What do you mean? It's Andres. Hydrate.
Just why are you whooping so much?
Uh,
You're making all those damn noises, bro.
What the fuck did I sign up for, bro? What are you guys good? Y'all good?
What do you
No.
mean? What's wrong?
What's wrong, bro? Are you hearing things again? I think you might need to go to bed, bro.
17 hours of bunk bed.
You've
Yeah,
been awake
yo,
for how long now?
Fuck, do I even care anymore? I want fucking kills. I'm just gonna go somewhere else. Our teammate,
Alright,
no
bye.
way. Yo, teammate. Oh, our teammate chasing someone. That's why. Okay.
Oh, he's turning for us. There's a rod.
Wait.
What's Senny
Bro.
on?
no, we're
40.
both garbage.
What's
Dude,
C4
we
and
both
Y
suck.
on?
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
you're both bad. That's bad. Put a lot of stuff on
That's
him.
horrible.
Can you just share apples, dude?
Fuck.
Okay, here we
I need a
We're coming,
gamble, bro.
Qndres. We're coming, kitty cat.
I don't need your help.
I'm
I
not
got him.
coming. I need a gamble.
Meow, meow, meow. How many did you just make, bro?
Ooh,
Oh, there's a kid rare. Oh, dude, there's a kid rare.
I got a flame book.
Did you?
I
Oh,
got
this
a
guy's
strip 3 book.
fire.
Oh, do you need help? Let me
No, I'll
go.
be fine. Just make your stuff.
No, I'm here.
Come on, fight, bro.
Wait, no, I'm
to
actually
you.
dead. Eat a jihad, eat a jihad. I'm gonna die. My god. This guy's sword's really good.
Hi.
Are you good? Are you guys good? Can I just kill this guy?
Thank you. Got 2 fire. Can you put that number?
I got my kill. I'm coming to you guys.
We're gonna die, Andres.
Are you
Andres, we're
serious?
actually gonna die.
Yo,
Yeah,
help,
we're
help,
dead.
help, help, help,
Oh,
help,
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 help. Oh my god. Wait, do you have a jihad on?
Help!
Do you have a jihad on,
Help
Andres?
me!
Nah, y'all good?
Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
Eat a jihad, eat a jihad, eat it.
GG, die. More kills for me, baby. Woo!
Bro, there's a full diamond team on us. What's
Yeah.
wrong with you?
GG,
Oh.
buddy.
Yo, there is a team of.
Run,
There's a
just keep
team of
running,
6
bro.
here.
This guy's weird.
Oh my god. A jihad.
17
Do you have
hours. Are you
apples?
Jihad or
serious?
not, bro?
Yes.
Yes!
Apples, you have dudes, do you have apples? I need apples.
Oh.
I don't got no damn.
Wow, I'm actually dead. No troll.
This guy's trolling.
He actually per stab. It's crazy.
This guy thinks he's like funny or something.
Dude, where?
He
Where?
has no
Where
idea.
are these people?
I don't know. I have 9 kills today. You guys are getting carried.
Shut up. Shut up, dude.
Sorry, sir.
SMH.
Sorry. So sorry. So sorry, sir.
I just dropped the guy with 4 gaps, by the way. What the fuck?
Wow.
Guys, DM is soon. DM is soon. I'm so excited. Are you guys
believe
excited to
you.
play the DM? Or you
No,
don't believe me?
I'm full iron.
Fine,
I'm full
too.
diamond. I'm not very excited.
Make a nerd voice channel point thing? What are you talking about? What's a nerd voice?
The voice you're doing right
You
now.
guys talking about? Are you
This
talking
is
about
just
the
my
Doom
real
voice?
voice off stream.
You're
help.
advisor, bro. I ain't helping your ass. You better die.
No, in real life, I actually need help.
Oh, okay.
Mentally.
Don't know how to
What the fuck is wrong with you? Why am I awake for this long, bro?
I don't know.
You know what? Enabling came to my chat and said, "You love it more than me." There's no way Enabling's talking. We know that this guy had how much wins does he have on
Too many.
on Hypixel?
Yeah, that's how much he has.
1,000 solos, I think, at least.
Yeah, there's
I know
no
he's
way he said I'm
1K at
loving
least.
it.
You are kind of loving it though.
Ham. I'm about to go to sleep. Don't worry. I'm not going to sleep. What am I saying? I'm gonna go and enjoy the gym after this. Yeah, that's what we do. Hi, Ham. Good night, Ham. I don't know what time it is for you. Goodbye, good night.
Oh, if I can answer that question, buddy. I'm not gonna lie.
You just have redstone?
I do.
Yeah, like that.
Yeah,
Give me
pets.
another. You have wood? Can you give me wood, Andres?
God damn, brother. What else do you want, bro?
Right here, bro. Give me wood.
You have redstone?
Yeah.
Like, I thought you were full diamond.
Why the fuck would I be full diamond, bro?
Not you.
Do some.
I mean, I am full diamond. It's just a texture.
Wait,
pack.
what is ice staff? What does it do?
It's just pretty good. You should get it.
Right click to launch a frost
There's a
charge.
stack of
Oh, shit.
iron, but you do not want it.
Okay, we actually might die. What the fuck? Are you banned in Sroz's chat? Yeah, I've been banned in Sroz's chat for like 3 years because I killed him on MCCI and he got really mad at me.
Okay, maybe I don't think that sounds like 3 years.
No, okay, it's been like a year. Like, I'm so serious. I killed this guy on MCCI and then I went in chat like later in the day and I said GG and he banned me. I'm so serious. Like, I wasn't even toxic or nothing. I was like, all right.
Well, speaking,
That guy just doesn't like
enabling. There he is. He's in my chat right now. Enabling.
Oh, of course.
You can never get away from UHC.
Nah, Andres. Talk about the fact that Enabling was fucking streaming.
Oh.
He was streaming Hypixel Duels at TwitchCon.
Enabling. No, he wasn't.
Okay.
No, he wasn't. Enabling. No, he wasn't.
Ask him about that, bro. Ask him about that.
Enabling,
Ask
you
him
take that
about
from Floaters, Enabling? Me personally, I wouldn't take that from Floaters. I don't know about you.
Enabling's my son, bro. What do you mean you're not gonna take it from
You've
Floaters,
been
bro?
live
You
for
been live-
18 hours. Yes, I am fixing my sleep. Dude, does no one understand that I'm fixing my sleep schedule? Like, have you guys never like stayed up for 24 hours?
Go like outside or something. Go like
I'm going
see
to the
sun.
gym. I'm still going to the gym at 5:30 after this game. Help me.
All right, so raid me. Raid me.
All right, now I'm
Raid me,
not gonna
Andres.
raid you.
Wait, what? Dude, what the fuck?
I'm raiding Doozum.
I'll continue your legacy.
True,
Bro.
I'll go
Doozum.
live so that he can
Damn,
raid me.
bro's about to
Fuck
skip
Doozum.
school for the UHC.
Who is
It's
that? What
crazy.
Enabling said?
No, you. Don't
I'm
you
about to
school
skip
tomorrow?
school for UHC. Yeah, 6 p.m. though. I'm good. I
Alright.
can go till like 10:30.
Alright, that's chilling.
Who's that noobs? I can go till like 10:30. If you raid me, I'll put up another 2 hours.
There was a streaming
Put up
station
another
that thought it'd be cool. Yo, that's crazy. That's what you said, by the way.
Yeah, this guy is annoying.
Who are you fighting?
Angie Cat.
Oh.
Wait,
That's-
I can't fight this.
That's the one guy from that one thing, right? You're on 13,
Apollo,
Doozum. He's on
Apollo.
30.
Do some?
Okay.
What's going on, buddy?
He's like really rich, okay? I have a sharp 4 as well.
Yo, are you going to VidCon next year, Enabling? You definitely should. Everyone should go to VidCon next year. I want to throw a huge party, like a huge party. Like a huge party. I have a plan. Yo, Dakota man, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Yeah, I might host a party in my house. It's Cali, bro. You gotta come to Cali. Block party? No, it'd be like a huge party, bro. Also, I love you, Lackey. Help me.
Stacked and they're coordinated.
Wait, what's
And they're
happening?
coordinated. Oh.
Yeah.
Wait, we're actually losing this game? Like no troll?
There's a possibility. These guys are stacked and they're coordinated. I think I saw a guy who's full diamond in the distance.
Would you have a pro?
I'm gonna go for mid.
Yeah, go for mid.
No,
I
I can run-
have
just
no
run.
healing, by the way.
What? You fucking NPC. Oh, I went in there instead of yelling in their ear. I can give you some healing, dudes. I'll run to mid. Just run to mid. I'll drop you healing in mid. Wait, there's a guy. There's a guy on our left on 2. Wait.
Okay. I kind of want that.
No, I can kill him. Just go to mid. I can kill him. I'll go to mid. We need the pants, anyways.
Oh. Don't we all?
Wait, how am I a loser? You're on 2, bro. God, his ass.
Nice. I got 5 gaps.
Oh wait, this kid had lich staff. What?
Wait, they're actually like stacked, hella stacked. Like they have
Are
like
they?
a bunch of shit. Yeah.
I have lich staff. I have lich staff. I don't know how to use it, but I have lich staff.
Can
What
I
does it
have it?
do?
No.
I know how to use
No.
it.
What the fuck? Okay, well, I see how to use it now.
Are
How
they
stacked are
frozen?
they? One. No. I'm on cooldown, bro. Wait.
Neum bomb.
Shot him.
Yeah, that's okay.
Right here. Oh yeah, they are stacked. Yeah, metal pieces. Leave this guy. Leave this guy. This
Wait,
guy's
listen,
outside.
listen.
Torches is on 10.
Don't go off on your own. Don't go off on your own, Zoro.
What is he on?
Shit, oh shit.
Oh shit! I hit a kid with it.
Fortnite's on 9.
Throw ties on me. Throw
On
ties
7.
on me. He has fire.
Corner
He has fire
7.
strength.
Captain, watch out! Watch out! Watch out! I locked a guy to me.
I got
Wait,
one.
this thing is OP.
I have 2 on.
I got
me.
him.
I'm pretty low.
Am I kill one? Got one. Oh, there's a kid with a fire sword. Zorkson's on me with a fire sword. I might be dead.
Dude, I got double poison. What the fuck?
I actually need help. I have both of them on me. I shot him into you, Qndres. Watch out! Like he's so stacked.
16. Keep on.
Your backpack drops.
I'm about to. I fire. If I can hit him once, he's dead. He's dead. CG headed. Watch out! Qndres, CG headed.
Yeah, 21.
Yo, this is Qndres. This is YouTuber. This is YouTuber.
YouTuber. Yeah. Target me. YouTuber, you're a
I
YouTuber.
want that.
Nice, good shit.
What the? Who hit me there?
I got 3 kills, guys. Dubs.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. This lich staff is kind of fun.
What?
It's kind of
fuck
fun.
did he just
I'm not gonna
go?
lie.
Sorry. Ah, jeez.
Hey, drop a jets. Yo, Dubs. Yo, Dubs chat.
Legit.
Jesus.
This is actually kind of fun.
Wait,
Just
bro's
running
on,
at them
like-
and spamming this.
Yo?
Look, I boosted him into us. Oh. Watch out, nice. Help Qndres use me fast. I can
I'm
get this
good.
guy. Hey.
His boots broke.
Oh, what the? Did he have diamond boots? Is that...
No, I had iron. Yo, you're getting tossed, Susan.
How the hell I'm not, bro?
Had all this shit at the start of the game, but you're lazy. I still want to grab it. Hey. Last guy's over here. We're doing pretty good. How? Oh, you have dragons on it.
Listen, man, my whole team, you killed my whole team when I was running away with this, and I know you feel bad.
Alright, you're next, though. Are you proud? He missed his pro. He missed his pro.
Oh.
Yeah, we're gonna have fun chasing this guy for eternity.
Malvire, buddy.
I'm not here, I'm not here.
Nah, come on, let's fight this. 1v1.
Oh my.
Another one.
Wait, that's a pro I could have used for Ender Bow.
That's so cool!
I know, it actually kind of is.
I've never seen that before! Can I have a fair 1v1? Can I have a fair 1v1?
What the f- Yeah. Yes. Yes, fair
Oh,
1v1, fair
come
1v1.
5v then.
I'll fight Floaters, I'll fight Floaters 1v1.
Alright, guys, he said he'll
Nah,
fight me.
That is not happening, though,
I'm
bro.
good, bro. I'm good. I want this last kill. I want 5 kills. I want 5 kills.
Wait, no, don't let him get him, do some. Don't let him
Yeah, now let this guy get 5 kills.
Yeah, I need 5 kills, bro.
This is crazy, guys. Why am I...
I got it. I'm so good. I'm so good. Let's get a screeny, guys.
I don't want to scream with y'all.
Back.
Screeny. Okay,
Let
you're
me
weird.
come back, hold on.
Come here, Dism. Get in here. Screeny. Oh my god, it's screeny.
Oh,
And you're all
wait, did you?
Wait,
Wait,
Andrew is the
wait, do you guys know about the? Wait.
You can double jump on this shit,
Yo. Did y'all know about the? This DM has a void on it. Like you can actually trap someone.
Most of them do.
Okay, I thought you guys didn't know that. Yeah, you guys actually know more than me.
We're lovers like you, bro. What? You think we're not lovers?
Okay,
to be
down,
fair,
bro.
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I did not know that.
Dude, who is this Quilzy guy and why does he have 436 kills? What the fuck?
Alright,
I don't know,
Thanks
bro.
for teaming, guys. I'm out of here.
Anytime,
Are you getting F?
Yeah, bye. Alright. Chat, I'm ending. I will see you guys all later. I'm gonna go. I don't know what I'm gonna do. 18 hours? Yeah, I've been live for 18 hours. I will. Who do I raid? I'm not. I will drive actually. Don't worry. I'm just gonna drink some caffeine right now. I'll be fucking crazy. Yeah, who do I raid? Dude, my finger is actually tired of clicking. No troll. I can stay for 3 more hours. It's easy. Drink some pre-workout, and I'll be fine. I'll be fine. All right. Wait, then my MCCI hasn't gotten accepted yet. Dang it. What about Hypixel? Hold on. I'm checking my application for YouTube rank on Hypixel and also MCC. It has not gotten accepted yet. Fine, we wait. We will wait. All right, chat. Okay. I will end here. Wait, no way. Floaters already got into another game, bro. All right. I'm gonna raid Floatives because he raided me earlier, and I'm gonna raid him back. I will see y'all later. Thank you guys for watching the stream. Appreciate y'all. Join my Discord. Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow, most likely. Cause yeah. All right. Peace out. Bye everyone. Adios. Thank you guys for all the raids. Follow, subs. You guys are fucking crazy. Love you. And Lackey, we'll queue soon. Okay, we'll queue soon. Dude, just fucking DM me, Lackey. Stop being a piece of shit and DM me. I'm just kidding. I love you. Okay, bye.
Oh my god. Killing